Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us again today in Eradua Hall here in Kaduna, where day number 2 of Kadaf 3.0 is taking place. On behalf of the state chairman, his ex-co and very senior architects, not forgetting the local organizing committee of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Kaduna State Chapter, I welcome you to today's event. Today is day number 2, as I said, and yesterday we had so much fun, we enjoyed ourselves. We got so much knowledge, we rubbed minds, we shared ideas. We did so much so that a lot of things were missing. So today we want to play catch up, do the things we're supposed to do today, and do some which we left out yesterday. So today we are going to be straight to the point, brief, but at least long enough to cover the subject matter, so to speak. So if you're outside of the hall and you are supposed to be part of what's happening today, please come into the hall. Let's get ourselves ready. Let's start off. We have so much ground to cover today, so we don't want to waste time. Please take your seats as appropriate. Words reaching us have it that some very distinguished and special guests will be joining us today. And so we won't want to waste too much time. Thank you very much, saxophonist Willie. Thank you for the brief entertainment. Please be on standby and pray to God that we have steady light, or else you'll be in the front line again. Thank you so much. And thank you, my sound and audio people. You were fantastic yesterday, but I won't give you a round of applause yet, so that today will be better than what we had yesterday. I'm sure everyone who's delivering one paper or the other, who has one slide or the other, already have their material with our audio and equipment people and technical people. Please, everyone, make sure all the things you have to deliver are there so that we start off as it is. Architect Daroda, please. Is he around? I want to be sure before we get this show on the way. Architect Daroda? We good? My second mic, please. My other mics. Let it be with us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we be on our feet? Let's start with the national anthem. 1, 2, go. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Thank you very much. Before you sit down, Let's do an opening prayer, so to speak. We use the third verse of the national anthem as our opening prayer. Are we ready? 1, 2, go. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so, with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Amen to that?
Amen.
Let's sit down. Architect.
So, good morning once again. You are welcome to day 2 of Kadaf 3.0. Day 1 was highly satisfying, highly rewarding. And as we commence day 2 activities, we will be taking a keynote address. I would like, however, as we go along, we will be acknowledging our esteemed colleagues in the field and generally who have been turning up. To start with, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Architect Ere Efeke, all the way from Bayelsa. He arrived yesterday. Architect Efeke, thank you very much for attending Kadaf 3.0, and indeed a whole bunch of very, very esteemed colleagues who have been here yesterday. Architect Pusa Saida is here. He was here from the start to the end of the program yesterday. But in order for us to make time and ensure that we try to run as much as possible with the time, we will be starting today with a keynote address by Architect Hawa Hassan Tudunwada, the MD of KANUPTA, Kano State Urban Planning Development Authority. She is here and has been a very, very strong partner of the Kaduna State chapter and a very good friend of the Kadaf series. Architect Hawa Hassan Tudunwada, kindly come to the podium and deliver the keynote address.
Please put your hands together for her.
Round of applause as Architect.
Keep clapping for her until she gets here. Keep clapping, keep clapping. That will encourage and ginger her and help her along the stairs.
Thank you very much, Architect Hawa Hassan Tudunwada, MD KANUPTA. You're welcome.
In the name of Allah, the beneficial and the merciful. Madam President, our Vice President, our first Vice, and the incoming President, inshallah, Chairman of the Kaduna State Chapter, Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, members of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, council members here present, our incredible team of Kadaf 3.0, good morning. Good morning. It's an honor to stand before you today to reflect on the journey of the past year and to celebrate the shared success we have achieved together. As I look at this hall, all faces, I'm reminded of my good old days at AVU Zaria, when we used to come to activities of architecture from Zaria. The hall, you will see almost all the students will fill the hall. But today, in Kadaf 3.0, with the theme, Building Resilient Future, Building Resilient Future, Architectural Risk, Sustainability in Kaduna, you see, we have so many chairmen from Gombe, Plateau State, and our members from Lagos. I can see my friend. You see, this is a great achievement in Kaduna chapter. But most importantly, it was a year of resilience, collaboration, and remarkable growth. This year, Kadaf 3.0 has truly exemplified its mission. We embark on a journey that all times doubting, yet we stand here today having overcoming every obstacles in our faith. Let's take a moment to look at what we have accomplished today. I could remember yesterday, somebody in the dinner, somebody was mentioning Madam President's achievement to ensure all the 36 states in the Federation has state chapter, and also UK. That's a great achievement. The CADA team, the victories is not only yours, it's for everybody in this hall. To the newest members of our institute and in the team, thank you for bringing fresh energy and perspective. To veterans, thank you for your unveiling commitment, for guiding the way. To our partners, your trust and collaboration have been instrumental to our success. Our strength is our unity. It is in countless hours of dedication, the lieutenants spent perfecting in projects and innovation ideas that were sparked over casual conversation. You are the engine of CADA 3.0. For that, you deserve our deepest gratitude. As we celebrate our accomplishments, we also look at ahead. We look at ahead. The coming year holds both new challenges and exciting opportunities. We'll focus on expanding into new markets, developing new technologies. Before I close, I want you with one thought. The year behind us was built on hard work. The year ahead will be built on our strength of our mission. As we prepare for this, the turn of this page, let's carry forward the momentum, the lesson learned, and camaraderie that define us. I'm incredibly optimistic about our future. Let's celebrate today, proud of what we have achieved, and energized for what lies ahead. Thank you. Happy end of the year celebration, and Happy New Year in advance. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I didn't hear you put your hands together for that keynote address. Once again, thank you very, very much for being here. As I said yesterday, so many things we didn't achieve yesterday, we are hoping to achieve, and we are going to be moving at a very, very high speed, full steam ahead.
moving along with that theme of thought, we will be having, yesterday unfortunately we had to shift the current lecture, but sometimes it's even better when you wait for something and anticipate it, because it is definitely going to reflect the themes. Before I go on, I want to recognize the arrival of Madam President. Madam President just came into the hall. Sa'adatu Sa'armata is right here, so everybody can acknowledge her presence. We'll just hold on while she takes her seat and does a bit of meeting and greeting. You're welcome, Madam President, to day 2 of Kadaf 3.0. You're welcome to Kadaf 3.0, day 2. Like I said, we will be starting with the lecture that actually captures the theme, the heart, and the objectives of this conference. As soon as Madam President takes her seat, we will be proceeding with our first lecture today. Welcome, Madam President. Please, a round of applause as Madam President takes her seat and as she arrives for day 2 of the program. You're welcome once again. Our first lecture this morning, or our first interaction, will be by Harbal James Kaltu, who is a member of the Society of Landscape Architects of Nigeria and has also held significant leadership roles within the International Federation of Landscape Architects, IFLA, serving as the immediate past Secretary General of IFLA Africa, the current chair of the IFLA World Standing Committee on Communications and External Relations, and is the chair of the IFLA Global Landscape Architecture Awards Program. He has served as a jury member for the Landscape Middle East Awards and as a jury member for the 6th Latin American Biennial of Landscape Architecture 2024, evaluating projects advancing SDG 11, which was make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, and resilient. Standing on the stage, therefore, is Harbal James Kaltu, and it would be very, very instructive that we listen to his insights, to his perspectives, and his ideas. Students, and the rest of us, because we all are students actually in the real sense, should pay attention to his lectures, to his insights, and to the ideas he's about to give us. Thank you very much. You are welcome, Harbal James Kaltu. A round of applause as he commences his lecture.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to start by acknowledging the presence of the NI President, Madam Saadatu. Thank you for the privilege and honor of having you in our midst. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of the NI Secretary of the Kaduna chapter, who was my colleague in the School of Architecture in ABU, Architect Danjuma Agene. Thank you for the warm welcome, and also the NI chapter of Kaduna. I would also like to extend the compliments of the IFLA President, Dr. Bruno Marquez from New Zealand. Yesterday was our ESCO meeting, and I gave an apology to attend this event, and he was delighted that such collaborations exist between landscape architects and architects, and he sent their compliments and also an invitation to attend the IFLA World Congress that will take place in October next year at Hong Kong. I would also like to give a compliment to one of the fellow architects here in the Kaduna chapter, whom I had the privilege to work with for 1 year in 2009. Architect Dimeji Adeni is a mentor to me. I worked with him for 1 year. And then also my professor, Professor Sagada, who will be taking a lecture later on. He supervised my BSc project that was titled Slum Architecture and Sustainable Development in 2008. He also supervised my MLA thesis and MSc Architecture thesis. And then another compliment also to Dr. Ahmed Adamu, the Vice Chancellor of ABU, whom I've worked with for many years on some project that involves slum upgrading. And one of the projects we work together will be highlighted in my presentation later on. I also want to give the last compliment to the president of the Society of Landscape Architects of Nigeria, Dr. Amos Alao, who gave his brief welcoming address yesterday, who modestly introduced himself as the president of SLAN, but who is the current Secretary General of IFLA Africa. With that, and just a warm appreciation for having this collaboration. Thank you so much. I would like to move on with my presentation. Media, can we work together? The next slide. So this is just the basic outline of what we'll be talking about. We'd like to look at what slum upgrading is, and then what the global consensus is about this subject matter, then the morphology and the proliferation of slums, its challenges and its multidimensional and contextual differences, then the need for vision and drivers that will push forward a renewed agenda to intervene within slums. And then we'll also look at the multi-level approaches needed to address these challenges and hopefully touch on the participatory approaches that can drive these initiatives. We'll look at co-creation, living labs, and adaptable models, and then I'll share a few examples as we move on. So I was intrigued by the presentation yesterday on AI, and he gave the statistics of housing deficiency globally and even in Kaduna. And Kaduna, just like any rapidly urbanizing city, is faced with the disparity between spatial expansion and the provision of essential services like roads, sanitation, and so on. So the issue of slum upgrading is at the heart of the way cities expand. Slums represent about 70% of spatial expansion within cities, and so it's an important issue to address. And when I did my studies on slums 16 years ago, I saw that the vast majority of informal dwellers or slum dwellers are faced with economic challenges that they are not able to meet up with the standard requirements for buildings. They cannot even afford architects to design them. So when you look at the morphology of slums, you find that over 90% of the houses were not designed or built by architects. So it's a wake-up call and a responsibility for architects to streamline their services such that it is accessible and that it addresses the needs of the most vulnerable and those within the economic class that the profession seem not to capture. During my training in the School of Architecture, we are focusing on housing, but not for the poor. Not for the poor. So our services, just like products that have different hierarchy. You can go for the expensive one, you can go for the one that is affordable. So we need to have our services tailored to the most vulnerable and to the wealthy, as we so often do that. So the physical characteristics of slums is that it's typically a brown field. The brown field is a color coding that means that the earth is usually bare, stripped of vegetation, narrow corridors, and everything seems to be impervious or hard surfaces because of the way the informality grows, partly due to the land fragmentation and the way lots are sold. Typical classical planning interventions do not reach these slum conditions. And you also agree with me that the notion of slums is that there's inadequate housing, inadequate access to sanitation services, and so on. And most of our cities, though they are not slums in quotes, they do exhibit slum-like characteristics. And another important thing about slums is that though it is deficient in these physical and environmental characteristics, it is a hub of social assets. It is rich in social capital. People are more interconnected, people are more related to each other, and that's something that we find missing in our metropolitan cities where there's a disconnect. Everybody is an island of his own. We've lost that sense of community, that sense of collaboration that makes communities come together and resolve issues that are of concerns to them. So that is an issue that our modern cities also needs to inculcate. The soul of a city is the fabric of social interaction. And those things are produced when we have spaces that community meet, that people interact, that brings people together, that brings diversity in inclusive spaces. So another issue with slum upgrading is that it's not just an issue of providing these services. Because of the prolonged disenfranchisement, the prolonged economic pressure, people that live within slum have exhibited a mindset such that when some of these services are provided, they are not properly maintained, or they are not properly, they are not used to it, or I'll put it in a way that they are used to their blighted conditions, that they can't see a brighter future. And that responsibility befalls upon designers to create a new vision of what could be. Because there's this notion of a tunnel syndrome or ghost walking, where they are not even aware of how dirty or how unkept environments are. So it becomes a mindset. So apart from interventions, you need capacity building, you need to create vision for the community to see beyond their circumstances. So that's part of governance. So, and then we will also look at how that slum environments or informal environments, and it goes back to the way settlements emerged in the past, is that we live essentially outdoors. Most of our activities, our events, our social interaction is outdoor. We are an outdoor people. And so housing is not just about shelter. It's beyond shelter. Housing is about dignity. It's about security for the future. It's about access to tenure, that assurance that you have stability. It's about stability. So housing, one of the first lectures we did on housing in the School of Architecture is that housing is beyond shelter. And that's our responsibility as architects, to see and make environments more conducive, just like what the SLAM president mentioned, that it's about how we curate our environments to be sustainable, to be inclusive, and to be workable, to be livable. And there are measurable indices that relates to that. So I would just like to introduce the International Federation of Landscape Architects. I'll share why that's important. It was founded in 1948 and in Cambridge, England. And it's the body that represents the global landscape architects. It has 5 regions and consists of about 82 national associations within these 5 regions, Africa being one of them. SLAN is the member state for IFLA. Next slide, please. IFLA also has collaboration with the UN agencies, UNESCO, UN Habitat, UNEP, and ICOMAS, and many others. This was the World Urban Forum, in which the president signed a memorandum of understanding with UN Habitats, and to work together, to collaborate together on issues and like this, and how cities can be inclusive, livable, and so on. And next slide, please. Also attended COP16 in Colombia that talks about biodiversity. And the important point I want to stress here is that there's a Secular City Summit that was held in 2004 in Singapore. And that event led to the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the 4 global professions. That's the International Federation of Landscape Architects, the International Union of Architects, that's the equivalent of IFLA at the world body, and then the International Society for City and Regional Planners, ISOCAP, and the World Federation of Engineers. After that signing of Memorandum of Understanding, 4 other international organizations joined: the Association of Horticultural Producers, the Green Infrastructure Network, the Society for Sustainability and Green Materials, and the Green Infrastructure Network. Now, that agreement was signed such that we collaborate on resolving global issues like climate change and making cities livable and working towards a circular economy, just like the presentation we had yesterday. So at the top tier levels, there is that collaboration. It is expected that we also do so, even in our levels, and that we resolve societal issues collectively. We can't stand on our own as individual professions. And that takes me to what I understand the definition of a professional as, that we're not craftsmen or people that have a single art. A professional doesn't just deal with one item like a welder, a carpenter. They deal with specific materials. These are artisans. A professional is that person or that body that has the ability to draw upon the resources that are available and to resolve problems masterfully. So drawing resources, human resources, natural resources, and so an architect is not limited to blocks. That's why we can think of other building materials. We can think of other ways of bringing solutions. We can think of drawing the resources within governments, within agencies, within societies, pool those resources together and come up with solutions that are adaptable and contextual. Next slide, please. I represented IFLA in the World Water Conference, and IFLA is an accredited organization with the UN. That means we can attend any UN event. And so it also talks about the significance of sustainable water supply or water service provision. And we look at it from the more broader notion of how that water is not just that which is passed through the municipal services, but water as a resource, as a force that passes through the landscape that is essential, and that how we plan our cities impact on how we manage water. The issues that relate to city and water are things like flooding, erosion, land degradation, all those things we're able to manage how water flows within the landscape. It can either be a resource or a threat if not managed properly. The next slide. So I've spoken about the morphology of cities. The proliferation, how cities expand is that there's always a pull factor, a service, a company, a industry, or an institution draws inhabitants to work, just like the city of Abuja. It draws so many people live around because they need to work. And the workforce within the city don't necessarily handle the menial task that is done within cities. So they depend on workforces that are not necessarily educated or financially literate, that work within the city, either as cleaners, drivers, and so on. They need housing. So when we plan for cities, when we plan for institutions, we need to take into account the workforce that would service those cities, that would provide services for those cities. And that is the birth of slums, because those people typically don't have the economy to build as they ought to, and they don't have the economy of scale to catch up with the developmental guidelines. And one of the solutions that we'll be looking at, or that we'll try to prefer, is that the current regulatory framework needs to address the realities that some people cannot catch up with the building code, with the standard. Rather, we should look at certain parameters like safety, like health, hygiene. If the rural indigenous architectural product that they use can meet up to those indicators, then they should be allowed. There should be a flexible framework within our regulatory bodies that can address this need, this aspect of development, because it is the fastest spatial aspect of urban development. So instead of repressive policies like evictions following after these developments, why can't this development model certain sustainable aspects within the building practices such that they are the ones expanding with sustainability within them? And so those are some of the ideas that we look at. Now, the need for vision and drivers. Professionals need to reposition themselves, not as just designers on paper, but facilitators, bringing community, bringing stakeholders together. And for years, the organization I represent, IFLA, we've been talking to ourselves, and so we adopted a new approach that instead of just having our council meetings with ourselves, we brought in the stakeholders, we brought in the big organizations that have footprints within globally that are executing projects. We started to talk with them, started to interact, see where we can collaborate, see where we can work together. And that's the approach that we should adopt. Somebody mentioned that yesterday. Our meetings should include community leaders, it should include stakeholders, it should include slum dwellers. Let them share their perspective. And that's one of the notions of co-creation that we'll look at as a participatory approach. And then the multi-level approaches is that there should be inclusive planning. And that's what I said earlier, that when you plan for the big institutions, you should also include layouts for the service providers that will service those institutions. And there should be flexible legal frameworks. And that's where the regulatory bodies like CAPSUDA, CANUBDA think the DG of Kanubda, that's where I did my NYC in Kano. So these bodies should be flexible, and there should be a section within those institutions that cater to the needs of the informal settlement systems. And then there should be community-led upgrading that is transformative, a bottom-up approach and not necessarily a top-down approach. And then strategic policy-level interventions is, okay, that's what I mentioned earlier on, that there should be a unit within the regulatory bodies, and that they should address these issues as well as professionals working together with them. And then redefining the role of professionals as facilitators of these processes. Then the participatory approaches that I would like to dwell on, one is co-creation, and the other one is living labs. I'll take those two together. Now, co-creation is the notion that participants, users, professionals, stakeholders at different levels come together to address certain issues of concerns within communities. And that relieves the stress of designing on the professional. We don't have to come up with all the solutions. The users are more acquainted with their situations and their circumstances. They can offer up good insights on how we can then masterfully craft all the components together to come up with a visual representation of the problem that we're trying to solve. So our product is not the paper design or the digital design. Our product is the problem that we're able to solve. The multi-level systems that we're able to interweave within that solution that we provide, such that when an edifice is put in place, the structure, it's more than a structure. It's an interactive system, or a system that society interacts with. Then living labs. Now, the notion of living labs is a laboratory or a space within any community where real participatory inputs take place. Because the classical one is, and we've done that a lot, is that you go to the Emir's palace and then some stakeholders are there, you spend a few minutes and then you say you've done participatory planning, which is not so. A living lab is a stationary location where citizens have access to. Based on their work schedules, they bump into those labs, and then you have visual representation of what that community is like. Like, we remember our physical models, where the average citizen can see objects, can see where his house is, can see the model of his community, and then provide input. And so it allows for that genuine input provision by the community, and not just the voice of the leader, in quote, so that whether it's issue of gender sensitivity, they can relate their concerns, and you can visually input it within those models. A living lab that we went to in the city of Nantes in France, they had that space with a physical model, and then they had a space for children to play with when the parents come to make their inputs. Then they had the conference-like setting. So we need those kind of spaces that engender collaboration. Incidentally, it was similar to my MSc thesis that looks at collaboration within informal spaces, within transitional spaces. And we see that when we design, even buildings can foster collaboration when we have lobbies, staircase that allows for informal chats and side discussions and serendipitous encounters where meaningful ideas can be shared. And when we see our walls, our floors as idea visualization objects and not just screen walls. I remember in the past when you bump into somebody and you want to describe a place, you bend down and sketch the location on the floor. So our buildings should be flexible, should be modular, should allow for ideas to be visualized within our spaces. And so that's an example of a living lab. That's something that perhaps the chapter can consider creating such spaces. It can be somebody's office. Danje, are you volunteering your office? So it can be an office that you can allow the community to come in, especially for the projects that will be done. And then there's this Mayor's Forum. Now, the idea of Mayor's Forum, there's the UN Mayor's Forum, and there's the Regional Mayor's Forum. This idea is that municipal leaders, policy makers, created a forum because these are the people that can actually drive action on the ground. They are the people that can wield the powers of politics and resources to drive action. So the architects organization can create a forum where we welcome, in our case, not mayors, councillors, and so on, representatives to meet together. In the case of the Mayors Forum, they have the International Mayors Forum where best practices are shared, and people with their challenges share it best, and those that have resolved theirs, you learn from them. So that's the example of the Mayors Forum. And then the contextual frame, the contextual model. Can we go to the next slide? I think I'll use an example. So this is a project that I worked with together with the Vice Chancellor of ABU in Mina on an upgrade model. And this one is situated in the town in Mina, Bakungu in particular. So this involves a remodeling of a 23,000 square meter area that's at the heart of Mina City. And it's a blighted community, but the location is strategic in the sense that it gives a poor image of the city. So what the model entailed was to meet with the people within that intervention area. They collaborated with them, they interacted with them, and then the people agreed to lease their land for investors. So it was a collaboration between the inhabitants and the investors. Now, the investors built multi-story mixed-use buildings that were prime and that had values like bank and so on. At the red portion, that's depicting commercial spaces. And then the residents of that area, whom their buildings were just dilapidated buildings, were relocated to the back. That's the brown area in the land use color map. And then the design of the housing was terrace buildings, community spaces. And that's a classical example of how with investors and with drivers, you can actually reorganize or re-engineer the physical environment so that there's a win-win. So at the end of the day, the environment will have the economic output, it will have the environmental green outlook, and it will be a living community for those that had collaborated within that project. And it will allow for investors also to bring in the much needed capital and the investment or the services that they provide for that community. And then the model also includes the proceeds for the investment. It started with an initial investment of about 323 million naira, and then it was identified to expand towards the back of the fringes to provide things like water, street lights, and so on. So that's an example of a model. Now, as designers, we're supposed to design models based on context. So another context, this model may not apply, and so it's our responsibility. We're the one that will have the fortitude to create those mergers and those synergies. The next example is, next slide, please. The next, okay, now this is part of the participatory process for that intervention, and the income from that model was used to provide roads and services for another section of that particular investment area. The next slide. So this is another model, so to say. It's the community garden concept. And this one was, the research was done in Hain Danya Rodas in Samaru, Zaria, and just close to, not far from the Ahmadu Bello University. And it's an example of how slums generate. You have institutions like the ABU, you have IDC, you have Leather Research. So they have staffs, they have workers. Where do they stay? So they stay within the surrounding area. Unfortunately, the land was designated as military land because it's part of their shooting range area. And it was supposed to be low impact development, but then buildings started to spring up. And then the army created delineated the space, and residential development was not supposed to expand beyond the limits. So the idea here was to create a community space, a shared community space where the community can interact together to build social capital. That's the ability for communities to come together to resolve issues of concern. The next slide. Already that space was a hub of activities. You had children playing football, people sit along the rail, events, weddings take place within that space. So the interaction or the participatory approach created an environment where you had multiple meeting spaces at the football field, which could double as an event space, and then you had a community garden where you could have practices like agricultural practices, and that creates green spaces for people to express certain needs like leisure, recreation, and so on. So that also fits the military's idea of the usage of that space being a low impact space, and it also led to the expanding the idea for the military to see that as a model that they can adopt when they go to intervene within conflict areas, when you have displaced people. The military can now be actors in providing an environment. We have IDPs around, and such environments are slum-like. So this the idea of the cross-pollination of ideas between institutions and communities, and it's beneficial. Then you had stakeholders that could invest in things like street lights and borehole and so on, so that you had essential services within those spaces. So that's an example of a social, ecological resilience thinking at play, where the community, that the slum condition is improved in terms of the livability of that environment, not necessarily the structure per se, but it's a step towards addressing the building itself. So when the community have spaces, it increases social cohesion, and you find conflicts and things and crime reducing within such environments. The next slide. Now this is a foreign case. It's one of the entries from the Middle East awards, and it's a park in Cairo, Egypt. And it's a classical example of how degraded lands can be transformed into a vibrant community space that improves livelihood, creates ecosystem services because of the presence of plants and the craftful integration of green infrastructure, blue-green infrastructure within the spaces. So that's an abandoned dump site that was later transformed into a lush green open space. The next slide. So that's the before and that's the after. That's the example of the dump site with the surrounding communities. So blighted conditions can be transformed once there's vision and there's a drive towards changing the narrative. And that's the role of professionals when we collaborate and bring in actors that can play their role and benefit in part by that outcomes. The next slide, is there any? Yes, so after that, it became a hub of activities. It also had Prince Charles visiting the site, one of the dignitaries, and it was a social space where women met. And so that's the kind of cities that we want to live in. That's what we had in the past, where we had communal proxies, the marketplace, the social interaction areas. This was a presentation I made in Shenzhen University in China, and I described how the collaboration between engineers and landscape architects was done to intervene in 5 sites in Adamawa under the ACRISAL intervention process by the federal government to address erosion. That's an issue in Adamawa, flood and erosion. So we can collaborate, we can put our heads together, professionals and community, investors, stakeholders, institutions. We can collaborate, we can make a difference, and it will show in our community. And one point, I'll give my last point, and I did not mention it, is about how innovative building materials can be thought out that can meet the needs of slum dwellers. I've just been contemplating on how slit bamboo can be intersected and then screeded with waterproof cement to provide roofing alternatives. Other things like the case that was mentioned yesterday about bottles, but then the one that is typical here is the typical compressed air blocks, which provides those essential thermal resistance, bulletproof, and low cost because you don't have to plaster it, and so on. The material is abundant. We have laterite almost everywhere in Africa because it's part of our natural heritage. It's hydrated, oxidated soil because that's what gives it its red color. And it's prevalent, so we can use what we have to achieve the outcomes that we need. And then the chapter can create research. We need research on these materials, innovative materials that can make housing deliverables easy, cheap. The medical profession does that. They have their research on malaria. They don't wait for the doctor. The doctor doesn't do the research on how to treat malaria. There's the section that deals with treatments and finding cures and so on. So architecture as a profession needs that research and development component that explores different options of materials, though it is highly contextual. Those options of co-creation, living labs can generate the materials that are contextual to that environment and then resolve the issues of housing and look at capacity building to change the mindset of the dwellers and look at community spaces to improve social capital. So those are some of the ideas that hopefully we can discuss in more detail later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for him. Well, before you go too far, I don't know if we're still doing it. You're supposed to be, so please just take a step back. Architect Daroda tells me that we normally don't allow anyone who presents for us to go like that, except
So as a follow-up to the lecture, there will be an interactive session with some of our esteemed colleagues regarding this topic that has been discussed. It will be the presenter and 2 of our very esteemed colleagues who will be formally introduced by Architect Barry. Well, Architect, now you get The first, um, the first member who will be examining and just sharing ideas with our presenter is Professor Suleiman Ezekiel Ngai of the Kaduna State University. He will be coming up on stage. Professor Ngai, kindly come up on stage. Round of applause for Professor Ngai. He will also be joined by another of our esteemed colleagues, very senior member, Architect Ibrahim Mahmoud, Principal, Environment 7, FNIA, very senior colleague and very impactful member of the profession who has impacted both training and practice. We are also expecting imminently the DG of Kasubda, Dr. Abdurrahman Yahya. We are reliably informed that he will also, because this is something that's right up his alley, so he will be joining. And we are just going to have a 10-minute interaction between the panelists and the presenter, just to further shed light on his presentation and maybe provide additional insights. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good day, all. We thank you for that good presentation. We happen to share one thing in common. I mean, two things. We attended ABU, and then we shared one supervisor together. That is Professor Adamu, who is now the Vice Chancellor of ABU. I was in MSc when Adamu came to ABU, but he ended up being my supervisor in the PhD. So you can see how things work. Thank you for the paper. You presented two approaches, maybe co-creation and living labs. And well, the concept of living labs may be strange to us, but the other concept with inclusive design is okay. One key point is that there's a positive aspect in the aspect of social interaction in these places, slums. And that's a key point. And so designers must take care of such. And then architects should realize that those places, most houses are designed by non-architects. And that aspect is okay. And then you gave a suggestion that architects should try to present their services to those people because they don't have the economic power. I think the NIA had tried this. This has been shared in many NIA conferences. And in 1 year, the NIA produced designs of houses for the common man so that you can take any of those designs and develop. So this was practiced, similar to what the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria does to poor people. So NIA wanted to develop that, but did not succeed very well. So it's an aspect the chapter also can follow up since it had been raised. I was working in the Ministry of Works then, and those designs were produced. one key or two key aspects I find your paper lacking is that there's no example of non-participatory estates or housing in Kaduna City. And we have one just on this street, the Ali Akilu Estate. It was designed by Archcon, and then they evicted the users with the promise that they will be brought in later. And unfortunately, it was sold to the rich man. So that's a non-participatory aspect. And I think if you show that this has failed, it will give an aspect, a sound aspect to your paper. And then the other thing is displacement of those people by the rich. Take example, Malani low cost. It is called low cost. But go now and see whether it is the same poor people that are living there. They will always snatch these places. So after you upgrade these places, you make it comfortable, and a rich man will come and buy 3 houses together, and then all the estate will be. So you would have made suggestions of how that can be. So these are just some observations I have on the paper. Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to commend you. The lecture was very educative. Looks like architects or designers are expected to do so much, are expected to think so much. However, you get this in, ideal environments, where you have governments that understand, that plan, that execute the right thing. When you have people that are governed by, not highly educated leaders, it is difficult to drive some of these developments through, because there is nothing you can do without government. You must involve government in it. I remember one of the first projects we got involved in Abuja was designed of a workers camp. From 10,000, it became 30,000, it became 50,000, and ultimately 100,000 people. You go there now, you don't see any workers. You see the same rich people mixed with. So I think out of experience, one of the solutions is to have rich people live inside those slums. Give them plots inside the slum. They will improve the place. But when you separate, you have a GRA, you have a high density, low density, medium density areas. You forget, we don't call them slums, but there are other areas that we don't talk about. At the same time, we are talking of innovative development. But we forget that you bring in a new technology, you don't train the operators. So we cannot access the technology without having trained people that can use it. Our culture is another thing that we need to look at. We have cultural issues that are already with us, but we have failed to adapt to our culture. For example, any minister of housing that comes will give a government's message that they expect architects to use local materials. What are our local materials here? If we start to count our local materials, you will start talking about mud. Are we going to build with mud and thatch again? We're talking of fire and other hazards. So I think we need to be a bit practical about our approaches to these things. Take the mayor's thing, for example. Here, if you want to use any of the leaders from local government to the state, you will virtually have no cooperation. Because in the first place, you have to educate them themselves before you even start talking about the occupants. So our own challenges here far outweigh, the architect's knowledge or the architect's practical ability to address these problems. Even the GRAs the so-called GRAs, you go there, you see that they are not addressed. Right now, I live on a road that the government graded the existing tar. They created a dust road. For the past 3 years, it's there. They have not covered it. In fact, we wish it was left as it was. So it's really not the slums we term slums that need to be looked at. We need to have a global view. But before we do that, we need to actually go down the grassroots and look at our own culture of how we do things, why we do those things. I admire the Cairo approach. Even here, when you develop something like this, you will see people admiring and utilizing those things. Unfortunately, you have a master plan, you will hardly see all these green areas. Take Abuja, for example. A lot of these demolitions were done on green areas and, infrastructural pathways. So, first and foremost, we need to be educated. Secondly, our governments, we need to be guided by people who are highly educated and developed, rather than, people that are so-called elected by masses who don't even understand what they want. So these are some of these challenges that we have to input in our requirements to go ahead. But really, we appreciate your this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the wonderful inputs. It's at the heart of the issues that were raised. I can relate with what you said about how you have the designs on paper, but implementation is an issue. I participated in the projects with Gombe Master Plan, Gusau Master Plan, Bauchi Master Plan. Working with the planning firm, my dad, who is a professor in urban and regional planning. So I asked him, why is it that you have these plans, but when you go there, that's not what's happening? The policies are guided by decisions of the politicians, interest groups, and so on. So he said to me that we don't stop doing what we do as professionals because the politics is altering or making their decisions themselves, but that we provide these things, make them available, so that even if they don't implement all, at least in part, you have input of design rather than just the not rash, but just the impulsive nature of development that takes place. So it's important that there's capacity building, as you mentioned. And the point I raised earlier is that we've been talking to ourselves, even in IFLA, we've been having our meetings, our congresses, wonderful locations, wonderful meetings with ourselves. But we need to start talking with the actors, the participators, the users. And then another important point that was raised is that we need to start speaking their language, because they don't understand our language, the same way they don't understand our drawings. So we need to start translating or presenting a more compelling value proposition of what our interventions can mean to them and bring them to the table. And like I said earlier on, the burden of design doesn't rest on us as professionals solely. We need, like you rightly said, that people can bring in those valuable inputs that can change the narrative. And the case you mentioned of how failed projects, there's a lot of them around. And if we don't design inclusively, it will definitely fail because the users will not appreciate it. They don't have ownership for the interventions that are created. And then this social disconnect is an issue. Even in estates, you find you don't know your neighbor, you don't know anybody. We live in islands, and I was looking at this as a disconnect that started with our disconnection with nature. When we alienate ourselves with nature, because in the past, if you want to fetch water, you go to the river, you see nature, you see biodiversity. But now you just turn on the tap and water is flowing. So our children don't have that interaction with nature, with the soil, with habitat. So even when you talk about green initiatives, it's a distant notion to them. That alienation that exists between us and nature is transferred between us and ourselves. We become distant from ourselves, and it's amplified by our design. So the second to the last example of creating social interaction spaces is one unifier, and we need that a lot in our cities, in our communities. We don't have those public spaces that people can meet, interact, share, collaborate, and so on. We need them. Even our primary schools, our educational setups, you find crowd-clustered places that we call primary school. Then when it's break time, we're loosed. We're like loose cannons, playing everywhere. But now they don't even have those play spaces in school. I just bombarded with books. My son in nursery 2 came with books. I said, what's this? So many books. And so they're just bombarding them. We need those active recreation and so on. So wonderful thoughts. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you so much. You can stay behind. Thank you so much. We appreciate Architect Ibrahim Mahmoud and Professor Ezekiel Ngai. Thank you so much for your kind contributions for this discussion. And just be aware that all of the lectures and the presentations will be available in soft form, all of them, for our use, our information, and our consumption. The speaker who has given us a very, very, very insightful and very deep presentation, accompanied by, of course, you can see the interaction. We will be presenting a Speaker Appreciation Award too, and we would like to kindly request that to present this award to our presenter, Karbal Kalto, Architect Nasiru Aboki, one of our senior members, should kindly come up to the stage to present the award for Speaker Appreciation. Architect Nasiru Aboki, if you would do us the honor of presenting the award. Please, round of applause. Architect Nasiru Aboki, FNIA Principal Partner, Dean Arc, and in fact, one of the pillars of architectural practice, training in Nigeria. The award is here for just hold the mic, sorry. Yes.
Good morning, colleagues. On behalf of Kaduna State NIA chapter, in particular Kadaf 3.0, we are hereby presented with this. It reads in part, in appreciation of your valuable thoughts, provoking insight that have advanced understanding and opening new perspective. Your contributions have enriched the conference and inspired architecture community. Dated 23rd October 2025. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Architect Nasiru Aboki will also be presenting the Keynote Speaker Award to Architect Hawa Hassan Tudunwada. Architect Hawa Hassan Tudunwada, please come up to the stage to receive the Keynote Speaker Award. Thank you very much for your keynote speech, for your support, and for your participation in Kadaf 3.0. Architect Hawa Hassan Tudunwada is the MD Kanupta, Kanu Urban Planning Development Authority.
Once again, colleagues, good morning. On behalf of Kaduna State NIA chapter, in particular Kadaf 3.0, we are here presented with this award. It reads in part, in appreciation of a visionary architect and esteemed speaker, we have shown lifelong dedication and advancing the profession. Your contribution has enhanced understanding and broadened perspectives. Dated 23rd October 2025. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Architect Nasiru Aboki and the recipient. Congratulations. And thank you so much for your contributions to Kadaf 3.0. Thank you so much for your contributions. The lecture has been quite stimulating, and we have actually a special request from one of our very senior colleagues, Architect Greg Icha. He wants to just put in one or two. I don't know if you want to come up to the stage, and he just wants to add a bit of insight into this topic, which he said he found very stimulating and very interesting. Architect Greg Icha.
Please welcome him to the stage with a huge round of applause.
Principal partner of Grid M and one of the strongest supporters of the chapter and of Kadaf 3.0, right from the inception till date. Architect Greg Icha.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm told I have to make this very brief. While the presentation was going on, something was mentioned about free plans that the NIA produced some years ago. I even came across my own copies of it very recently. But the truth of the matter is, I don't think there is anybody in the society here in Kaduna that is aware of these free drawings or free designs. If there is anyone, I would like to be corrected. What am I saying? I'm saying that we have a very beautiful idea, but it has been kept under the box, so nobody knows about it. And I want to say then that, and this is an advice to the Institute, that we need indeed to create an arm that makes a lot of noise in the marketplace. Our national president has just left, but I wish he was here to hear this comment. I mean, in all the tenures of presidents that we have had in the NIA, I believe I will not be wrong to say that hers has been one that has really amplified and advertised NIA at the national level in a manner that, is actually strange to most of us. So I'm saying now that going forward, we need to have an organ within the institute that makes a lot of noise in the marketplace, generate awareness, make publicity, things like that, so that the public is aware that there is a body called the NIA and it's a body of architects or professionals. Then the members will now have something they can follow through on their own. It's not possible for an individual, no matter how big, to be able to impact the market in the way I am suggesting. I mean, let me just give a little example. I'm sure is anybody here who has heard about, or who has not heard about Mickey Mouse? Mickey Mouse. Is there anyone who has not heard about Mickey Mouse? Okay, I take it that all of us have heard about Mickey Mouse, right? Why are you all quiet? I want an answer. Right, what is Mickey Mouse? Walt Disney was a person. They created this thing, and it's a model that goes around the whole world. Something is created to attract children, and then the industry will now begin to make toys after that concept and sell. So in the same way, we should have something in the NIA that says, okay, look, there are solutions like this. If you are of so level and you want to build a house, come to the NIA, you will get a free plan, free. And then you can take it to Kasubda. And there's already an interface with Kasubda that this kind of drawings will come, and you will get an approval. That will checkmate many things. It will immediately put the quacks on notice, and then we'll be able to achieve the idea that the presenter was making earlier on. And to end this, Kaduna State right now, if you are going around the main arterials of Kaduna town, they're building bus stations or bus stops. I have been in Kaduna for well over 40 years. And I think in my rough estimation, this will be, I think, the 6th edition of these bus stops. My question is, what is to prevent this one that they're building now from coming to the fate of the 5 ones that came before them, which just became, places for destitutes to stay? Now, an institute like NIA would be able to take this up, and make so much noise about it so that people who are going to be managing, the urban, this urban issue of how we run our traffic will know that there is somebody, quote and unquote, that's watching. I just thought I should say this in this forum so that the new executives that are coming into NIA will probably have this at the back of their minds when they take office. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for that wonderful piece of advice. Thank you, sir. Wonderful. I hope we've been enjoying ourselves. We've been having fun. We've been getting very educated. At this point, we'll take a little break. I'd like to invite upstage someone to talk a little more on building. She's going to give us what we call spoken word. Help me welcome Latifat Oiza Usman as she comes up with her spoken word. And she's going to be concentrating on the concept of building. Help me welcome her with a huge round of applause. Huge, I mean. Huge round of applause.
Good day, everyone. Good day, architects, dreamers. I am very grateful to share this space with our NIA president in person of Mrs. Saa Mobolaji. So the title of my spoken word is How Are We Building? Please go ahead. They say architecture is about building. But tell me, what are we building? Towers that touch the clouds, while heart crumble beneath the soil. Underground buildings scraping the inner core of the earth, layer upon layer, like the way Owambe gets to devour party jollof every Saturday. Walls being built up for our words, like me, Matsalaka. I thought architecture was supposed to be for the masses in which we claim to serve. Or we myself don't follow join them politicians where they talk, but no, they exactly do. Like, just give them something. They are Nigerians. They are resilient. But true resilience comes from designing comforts and buildings that can stand the test of time. Like, why do we have more moats sprouting through every corners of the building these days? Like we have young architects not being given the opportunity to express their full potentials by telling them to wake up to reality. But true reality is watching role models cut corners to cut some into their pockets. Like that slum beside that your glass masterpiece. Does light and air even get to the people sleeping there? If you ask me, you're crazy and busy, shall. And no, I do not want you to cut some soap for me. I am asking for more blocks to be layered with empathy, more structures be reasoned with compassion, and for us to design a future that can truly breathe. So, my dear architect, if that design of yours does not remember the kids' play area or does not enhance some sort of healthy living, then you are not designing. You are partaking in decaying a future that we're trying so hard to build. So, let's unlearn to relearn by taking it baton after baton, generation after generation, by asking each other, how are you building? Let's excuse the Gen Zs, the Gen Alpha, the Pearl, on period, okru, because if we step away from our trauma that is only peculiar to your generation, perhaps your generation, just maybe we'll be able to build a future that is truly resilient. So if you ask me, to build a future that is truly resilient, we must go back to the place where it all began, which is the drawing board. Thank you very much.
Her name is Latifa Oiza. Please put your hands together for her. She just gave you the spoken word. As a Gen Z, they talk to you in poetry, prose all fused together. I'm sure we all understood her. At this point, we'll take a pause and invite the Nigerite people. They have a message for us. They are one of those who collaborate with us on a yearly basis, and this time, in a collaboration too, they're here to give us a message. Please help me welcome her with a huge round of applause. They want to tell us what they are about, what they do on a regular basis, and what they're doing in 3.0 Kadaf. Thank you for coming.
Good morning or good afternoon, distinguished architects. My name is Adalbi, Marketing Manager for ITEX Nigeria. It's always good to be among my people. I say my people because before marketing stole me small, I was trained as an architect. Due to architecture, I'm where I am today. So I'm always happy. I'm very proud to say I am an architect before anything else. So today, I just want to share really quick what we do at ITEX Nigeria. Some of you might know us by our local names, Nigerite Limited or Eminite Limited, but we are one big company. Please move. Next slide. So at ITEX, what we have is a range of fiber cement products for your ceiling, for your roofing, and building boards as well. Next slide, please. Technical crew. Well, they are fixing that. I think I should just go on. So some of you might say, why fiber cement? And I wanted them to put up the slide that shows the advantages of fiber cement. But in 3 very simple words, what we are offering to you is peace of mind. I am not just selling a roofing sheet or a ceiling board or a building board. What I am offering you is the ability to specify a material, watch them supervise the installation of the material, and go to bed. I'm sure none of us want to be the architects where you have supervised the building and 2 months down the line, the client is calling you saying that, architect, that thing you did for me has broken down or the ceiling has caved in. So all we are offering to you simply is peace of mind. If that's all you take today, just take out ITEX Nigeria equals to peace of mind. So we have 2 ceiling products that are plain and decorative. And they come in 1.2 by 1.2 feet, very easy to install. We also have 2 roofing brands. One looks like the regular cement color, and because we know that architects are huge on aesthetics, we went further to create 2 roofing products that are then pigmented in red or brown. Going further from that, we have 2 types of building boards. The first one, the more popular one, is calci boards. Calci boards, you can use them for your ceilings, you can use them for your cladding, you can use them for your partitioning. They start from 6 mm thickness to 12 mm thickness and come in your standard board size of 1.2 meters by 2.4 meters. In addition to that, we know that there is no industry or company that can stay in business for long without innovation. So what we have done is to also innovate on products that we have. We have a new product, please let's move on, called Simplissima. And from that, you can take out the word simple. Simple to install, simple to put up, and it's just for our ease. It is just like the calci board, but it has a decorative finish. So it is a wonderful alternative to your ceramic tile. Saves you stress, saves you time, and is a whole lot less messy. Please, can we move on? There are 2 very quick videos I would just like to play, and I can end my little chit-chat. Next, please. Please go on. Okay, so if the videos will come on, we can watch it. But if you have any questions, if you have any inquiries, if you are just curious as to the kind of materials and kind of products that we have, please visit our booth at the back, ITEX booth. We are very welcome to talk to you, answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much. My name, once again, is Ada Obi. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ada. The technical issues going on there are being fixed as we speak. But I'm told again that someone else is coming up to let us know what they do. They sent word. I hope they're ready for us. Architect, are they ready for us? I am told someone from Queensway Aluminium is coming. All right. Yes, indeed, they are coming. They too have something to do. But before they get here, Ada needs to get a plaque, something from us, to show that they participated in 3.0 this year. Architect, do us the honors.
This is in appreciation of the partnership and strong support that we have received from Nigerite over the years, right from inception, even prior to Kadaf program. So this is a Partnership Appreciation Award, which is presented to Nigerite. Let me remove this. And it's an appreciation of their continued support and partnership with the Nigerian Institute of Architects. We want to thank you very much, and we look forward to a long and profitable relationship with Nigerite. Thank you very much. Thank you. another of our very, very dedicated, close collaborators and partners, Queensway Aluminium, are here, and they will also do a presentation in Kadaf 3.0. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I speaking, Mr. Frederick, Marketing Head, Queensway Aluminium. With me is our branch GM in Suleja.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, his name is Vakir. Now we want to give a little presentation. Our slides not ready, but notwithstanding, we'll go ahead. We have been working with this institution for some times now, and we have a good synergy and collaboration. So it is always a pleasure whenever we are called to have a presentation with NIA, because it's a key section. Your design and our product works together, and our product forms a key component to your design. So in our offices, we work with architects, we work with quantity surveyors, as well as the engineers. So in this year's forum, just like we stood here last year, we want to thank you for this great opportunity given to us to present our products. We have various products in aluminum. And good enough, since we are talking about indigenizations, these products are all Nigerian made. All Nigerian made. Today, if somebody comes for PU insulated sheet, they are surprised that this is made in Kaduna. And that is a great achievement for us as a nation. So we don't need to import this. Now, we do it in such a way that insulated sheet, that is, we call it PU or polyurethane material. Now, we do it in double laps. When you give us your sketch, your building plans, we assess it professionally, and we make recommendations. When the slopes are not favorable, we recommend for double laps. And this double lap, you see, is insulated at a length of 750 millimeter, 0.75 millimeter. So the open space is for double lapping, double side lap. These help to reduce leakages whenever the slopes are not good. And then we have the single lap. If the slope is sufficient, we recommend the single lap. But in such case, the length should not be more than at least 10 meter, 15 meter length. Anything above that, we still recommend double lap. And we have what is called Metcopo. This Metcopo is actually architecturally designed. It's a new format of using aluminum to do what Nigerites and other people used to use clay roof to do. And you know the importance of having it in aluminum. It's lighter. So the effect on the building is reduced. It's not as heavy. So preventing cracks and whatever. So we do all in aluminum. There is another product. This is step ties. It's all designed to meet the innovations. The world is moving, and we have to move as well. Now we have the long span, the 1 meter coverage after corrugation. We call it Metra 1000. The effective width of it is 1 meter. And then we have the 900 effective width. Now, based on financial situations and looking for options, we give varieties of thicknesses. And all these are approved by the standard organizations of Nigeria. All our products are approved by standard organizations of Nigeria. They are not imported from China or any other thing. It's something that is here with you, that you can come physically and access, choose what you want, and we will form it for you. Now, we talk about leakages. I went to Abuja and Tasokoro. I saw a very beautiful house. And they used Gerard tiles. And you know, we have been in Nigeria since 1984, producing for you. In fact, as a matter of fact, I speaking, I've been with the system since 1991. So even our father, architect Nasiru Abuki, I know him, I've been to his house. He might have forgotten. And I know he has helped us a lot. And all other professional, architects, they have always been recommending our product. Now the story. In Asokoro, there was a beautiful house, aesthetically very beautiful. But the owner cannot live inside it. What was the reason? Leakage. They use Gerards, and you know Gerards, is at 300 millimeter, 0.3 mm wide. So the joinings are so much, which we try to avoid by putting aluminum in long span. Whenever there's a rainfall, the waters are in buckets. And the owner, in fact, has to ask us, to remove it and replace it with long span because it's more secured, it's more long-lasting, it can serve you a good purpose and easy to maintain. Not like the new products that are imported from Indians, China, that we have not test run. So we are grateful. We want to thank the Institute for always working with us. Especially, I will not conclude without thanking architect Danjuma. He has always been a good partner with us. He's always calling us and visiting us to assess. And most times when he's having his design, he will call to ask, the prices so that he can be able to put it in his design. And talking about cost implication, if you are buying something that will last you decades, the cost difference of 0.3 is not too much than something. In fact, there's a hospital, I don't want to name the hospital in Kaduna now, that we are removing all the roofing sheet and replacing with our product. If at the initial recommendation, our products were recommended, then there wouldn't have been the need, because for 15, 20 years, we would have served that purpose. And all we would need to be doing is maintaining, if at all there's any maintenance. So thank you for your patronage. We encourage that we keep working, synergizing and collaborating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But we won't allow you go like that because, you've always been collaborating with us. So, because you were here last year and you are here again this year, and we look forward to seeing you again by the grace of God next year. Abinobiso, we want to give this participatory award or this partnership appreciation award to you for being part of us again this year. From the Kaduna chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, this is presented to you for participating. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Queensway is highly appreciated. The next of our partners are supported Kadaf 3.0.
Today, representing a company that has been passionate
with elevating spaces and transforming interiors. ProBlind. Since 2010, ProBlind has proudly been a key in the Nigerian market. For over a decade, we have dedicated ourselves to becoming the foremost experts in providing world-class interior solution. Our foundation is built on roller blinds and curtains, both motorized and manual. We provide a perfect blend of functionality, aesthetics, and cutting-edge technology to manage light and privacy in any space, from corporate office to luxury homes. Our expertise doesn't end at this point. We are also your trusted source of luxurious wallpaper, premium quality wall-to-wall carpet, and exclusive decorative and soft furniture items. After years, we have successfully delivered our premium products and service across Lagos and Abuja, building a crystal clear reputation for quality and customer satisfaction. And now, we are excited to announce that it's time to our next major step. ProBlind is moving to Kaduna to become a part of Kaduna design and construction community. And that's why we are pleased to announce that we will be collaborating closely with NIA Kaduna chapter. We look forward, thank you. We look forward to working hand in hand with you, all of you, to bring vision, quality, and luxury to every project in this great city. We are ProBlind, we are here to serve you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But before you go, we have something for you.
Thank you.
This is what we give to everyone who is special to us, one, and who participates. Since you are a partner to us here, this is what we present to you. It is a Partner Appreciation Award given to you, ProBlind, because you are here.
We do really appreciate more to come, inshallah.
By the grace of God. Thank you very much. Put this, here is the case for it.
Okay, thank you very much. We want to appreciate all of the partners and all of those who have participated. They say very big things, very big expectations, very big presents normally come in very small packages. And maybe this is apt for the next item on our agenda. There will be a welcome presentation specifically targeted at our president, from one of our wonderful packages, if you like, Hanan Aminu Mohammed, coming onto the stage to do a welcome presentation to Madam President. Round of applause as she comes onto the stage. Hanan Aminu Mohammed.
Give her some encouragement.
Yes,
Put your beautiful hands together for her as she comes up.
Good day, honorable architects and distinguished guests. My name is Hanan Aminu from School St. Kaduna, and I'm here to present a welcoming speech to architects Mobolaji Adeni, FNIA, PNIA. As we now call her Saada to Saarmata, meaning happiness, bliss, lucky, or fortunate, with the origin from Arabic Saada. With cultural significance embodies wishes for their child to lead a joyful and blessed life, associated with qualities like leadership, independence, and confidence. For over 4 decades, architect Adeni has been a transformative force in the architectural world, leaving her mark on iconic projects across Nigeria. And the second female president of the NIA, the Nigerian Institute of Architects. She is not just a leader in her field, but also a peaceful role model, particularly for young female architects. Her commitment to advocacy, sustainability, and emerging the next generation has shaped our profession for the better. Please join me in giving in honor to welcome architect Adeni, now known as Saadat Saarmata. Thank you.
Please, once again, put your hands together. She has invited Madam President onto the podium. Once again, put your hands together for her.
Thank you very much, Hanan. Hanan is the beautiful daughter of one of our architects. Can you please clap for her again? When I met Hanan 2 days ago, she spoke so well. She gave me a bouquet of red roses, and I asked her, "Are you going to be an architect?" She said, "No, not really." So I said, "Okay, what do you want to be?" She said, "A businesswoman." So that's smart, but I told her, you can actually be an architect and a businesswoman. Please, let's clap for Hanan. And she also told me this is not her first Kadaf. Hanan, you want to tell the architects what you think of Kadaf?
I think it's very interesting, and I like it very much.
Thank you very much. So you're already impacting the next generation. Thank you very much, Kaduna chapter of the NIA. And let me see, her mom is here. Good, one of our female architects.
Thank you very much. Thank you, I'm honored. Thank you.
The daughter speaks more than the mommy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you for helping us discover another businesswoman. Help us put your hands together for Hannah and for Madam President as she heads to her seat. Architect Kabir.
How much they have contributed to architecture and how they have allowed this profession to thrive and grow and to blossom.
Good morning, Madam President, the former minister, and fellow architects. I'm going to call the representative of Architect Namadi Sambo. He's one of our celebrity architects. Unfortunately, he's not in the country at this moment. So I'm going to call on Architect Ibrahim Mahmoud to stand for him while I read his citation. Please come over here, sir. Okay. Architect Mohammed Namadi Sambu, GCON, FNIA, was born on the 2nd of August, 1954 in Zaria, Kaduna State of Nigeria. He is married with 6 children. He started his early education between the year 1959 and 1966 at the Baptist Primary School, Kakuri, here in Kaduna, and then Kobe Primary School in Bauchi, and Town School, #1 in Zaria. Also between 1967 and 1971, he attended the government secondary school, now Al Huda Huda College in Zaria. In 1972, he attended the School of Basic Studies at the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, after which he gained admission into the prestigious ABU, the Department of Architecture, to read architecture, and he graduated with a BSc in 1976. ABU 1973, and graduated in 1976 with a Bachelor of Science degree with honors, and in 1978 with a master's degree. He served with the Oyo State Ministry of Works and Housing for the National Youth Service Corps. Up to the end of August 1979, when Bauchi State was created in 1976, he was among the first set of architects employed by the state government and was involved in the design of various offices and staff housing scheme to accommodate the design of various offices, inflow of new government offices. He was also the architect responsible for the upgrading of the Yankari Game Reserve Holiday Resort during this period. Upon completion of the NYSC in 1979, he returned to the service of the Bauchi State government and was assigned to the newly created Bauchi State Urban Development Board, where he was directly responsible for the development control and the production of master plan for Bauchi town and various other towns that includes Gombe, Azare, etc. In 1981, he left the services of Bauchi State government and was employed as the managing director, Fulani Construction Company in Gombe, a building and civil engineering construction company, and was directly involved in the construction of the Dadin Kowa Secondary School, now a polytechnic institution, Tula Secondary School, College of Education Gombe, and various other housing projects for both government, private organizations, and individuals. His private life experience. In pursuit of his ambition to establish his architectural practice, he joined the services of Ella Waziri, Associate, as a senior architect in 1982. During this period, he was involved in the design and construction supervision of several projects, which includes the present Katsina State Polytechnic, multipurpose office accommodation for FCDA with 60,000 square meters office space, the present medical college at Maiduguri University, and the medical hostel proposed for market development at Bauchi, development of Benue Hotels, Bank of the North headquarters in Kanu, Mwangwa Water Restaurant and Hotel Complex in Kanu, and various other schools, clinics, and housing projects, among various other projects. Having worked and acquired tremendous experience in his chosen career architecture, he established an architectural practice which is now known as Copeland Associates. During this period, he was involved with the design and project management of the following projects: housing complex for special vehicle plant for defense industry, Federal Ministry of Defense at Bauchi, industrial training funds, those zonal offices and training centers at Kano and Aba, and various private organization and individual housing and office building. His public life experience. In 1986, he was appointed the Honorable Commissioner of Agric with the Kaduna State government, where he served for 3 years. And during this period, executed several projects. One of them is the Kaduna State Agricultural Development Project. We also have the World Bank Assisted Program, He also developed the strategic grain reserve facilities and forestry development. After 3 years, he decided going back to his private practice, the co-plan. I also had other practices. The Dalado Nigeria Limited, the Manyata Engineering Services Limited. He was an honorary chairman of the African Power and Development Advisors, his political life. He was elected governor of Kaduna State and assumed office on the 29th of May 2007, a position he held until the 19th of May 2010, where he was elevated to become the vice president of the country. During his tenure as the governor, he had the 11-point agenda and also executed several projects while as governor. One of them is the 300-bed specialist hospital. He also had the Zaria water project. When he became vice president, he served as the chairman, National Economic Council. He was the deputy chair of Federal Executive Council. He was the chair of Niger Delta Power Holding Company, and several others. As a statesmanship, he was appointed by the African Union and the African Import and Export Bank, Afrexim Bank, as an active ambassador. As a philanthropist, he contributed morally and financially to the training of young architects and also those in other disciplines. Honorary recognition. He was honored with the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCON, the second highest national honor in Nigeria. He also was elected a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. In 2014, he was conferred with the prestigious traditional title of the Sardaunanzazau by His Royal Highness, the late Emir Alhaji Shehu Idris. And the turbaning just took place not too long ago on the 11th of September 2025 by the current Emir, His Royal Highness Alhaji Nuhu Bamali. I present to you Architect Mohammed Namadi Sambu, GCON FNIA. I'll call on Madam President to do us the honor to do this presentation.
Thank you, sir. It's a great privilege for me to be presenting this award to one of our finest in architecture in Nigeria. If you agree with me, please give us a round of applause. Architect Namadi Sambo, one of the few architects that rose up to the highest point of leadership in this country, becoming the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. While he was in office, he identified himself solidly as an architect. He was always with us at our events, and he supported the cause of the Institute very well. In very recent times, he has even more identified with us. I'm sure many of you will recall that at the last Aki Built, he was our special guest. At the 65th anniversary, he was also there with us. He has hosted us a couple of times within the past 2 years in his home in Abuja. So I want to agree with the Kaduna State Chapter that indeed you have given an award to somebody who deserves nothing less than to be celebrated all the rest of his years. And so it is my honor and privilege to give this Celebrity Architect Award presented to His Excellency, Architect Namadi Sambo, FNIA, GCON, Sadauna Zazao, a visionary champion of design excellence for outstanding and innovative contributions to national architectural practice, October 2025. Thank you. He must get this picture. Thank you very much, sir. Maybe this is off record, but I recall that when architect Namadi Sambo was in Zaria, you know, last night we were talking about AKA Escape.
Thank you.
The last of the celebrity architects, I'm going to invite architect Ayuba Natsa to represent Professor Williams Barnabas Curix. Professor Curix is unavoidably absent, so architect Natsa is going to represent him while I read his citation. Professor William Barnabas Curix, OFR, FNIA. Professor William Curix is an accomplished academic and university administrator with over 35 years of teaching and research experience in the university system. He holds a Master of Science degree and a PhD in architecture, which he obtained in 1987 and 1997 respectively from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. In 2001, he obtained an MA degree in law and diplomacy from the University of Jos. Professionally, he is highly rated among his colleagues. In 2003, he was elected into the Council of the NIA, where he served up to 2007. And in 2010, he was appointed to represent Kaduna State in the Architect Registration Council of Nigeria. In 2012, he was inducted Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. Professor William Curix has considerable experience in professional practice as evident in the design of many public and private buildings since 1988. His public service experience. In 2009, he was appointed member of the think tank on education in Kaduna State. 2009 to 2011, he served as chairman, Kaduna State Urban Planning and Development Authority, Kasubda. Between 2010 and 2011, he also served as the Honorable Commissioner of Works and Transport here in Kaduna. 2012 to 2017, he served as the Vice Chancellor, Kaduna State University, during which the university witnessed unquantifiable growth and development. Shortly after he was appointed as Vice Chancellor, shortly after he left Kaduna State University, he was again appointed Vice Chancellor of the Bingham University, Karu, in Nasarawa State. Currently, Professor Curix is serving as the first Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Applied Sciences, Kachia, in Kaduna State. 3 times Vice Chancellor. No one in Nigeria has had that feat. And he's the second in the entire world to be Vice Chancellor, 3 different universities, at 3 different universities. Professor Curix is well-traveled, having attended many continuing education programs on leadership, change management, and project management in the UK, the USA, France, Italy, Turkey, Israel, United Arab Emirates, South Africa, Egypt, and Ethiopia. He is an offshore supervisor at the University of Wolverhampton, United Kingdom. Professor Curix is a fellow of many institutions, such as the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Chartered Institute of Management Consultants, and Institute of Public Administration and Managers. Professor Curix is also a recipient of the Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic, OFR, since 2014. I present to you Professor William Barnabas Curix, ably represented by our own architect Ayuba Nassar. And I'll call on our Madam President to also present him with the award.
It's a great privilege for me to be presenting this second Celebrity Architect Award today to another trailblazer, particularly in the academia. And I want to proudly say, an alumnus of the ABU Architecture School. I thought we had some ABU people in the house. Architect Curix, by his rich profile, has shown his capacity and also the fact that what most people have not been able to do, he has done. I'm hearing for the first time that he's the one person in Nigeria that has been Vice Chancellor of 3 different universities. What a feat. Second in the whole world to have done such a thing. What a great achievement. And so I am proud to identify with architect Professor William Barnabas Curix and wish to give this award, Celebrity Architect Award, to Professor Architect William Barnabas Curix, FNIA, OFR, a visionary champion of design excellence for outstanding and innovative contributions to national architecture practice this day on the 23rd of October 2025. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Please help me escort her to her seat with a huge round of applause. I did not hear that round of applause. Thank you so much. We're making good progress. As it is now, we're about to take a special presentation, a special lecture. And it is coming from someone who is very special too, to the Kaduna State chapter of the Institute. The lecture is MBA 2.0, Mastering the Business of Architecture, Leadership, Intelligence. And it is coming from no other than architect Dimeji Adene, FNI, AIA International Associate, He is the principal partner of Building Anatomy. Please help me put your hands together for my friend, my schoolmate far back in the 80s. Should I go on? I should stop. Help me put your hands together for him. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Zico B, as we used to call him. I think we are still doing AKAs. Okay, his own AKA is Zico B, one of the best handballers ever, but he didn't carry on his career. Good afternoon, sirs and ma. Thank you for being here. I don't stand, I don't sit on protocols. I just refer to them. Let's put our hands together for Kadaf 3.0. Please, because of the time, just permit me to run through a bit of contribution that I have this afternoon. I believe that a bit of housekeeping. We started this series of MBAs, Mastering the Business of Architecture, right from 1.0 to 2.0. And we are here in 3.0. This is a part of the teaching or this lecture series that addresses everyone. I'm not specifically referring to Kaduna architects or Kaduna environments alone, but we try to do this to help grow ourselves, train ourselves, especially the young ones, and positioning ourselves where we ought to be now and where we want to see ourselves in the nearest future. So 3.0 is a continuation of this series. You know, 1.0 we did a bit of trying to understand how our offices should operate. We looked at structure, networking, how you should emerge and grow and all that. I remember in 2.0 we were able to go into the architect himself, herself, looking at the qualities expected from you as to your colleagues, to yourself, and from your clients. We tried to narrow down about leadership then, and somehow AI came in. Not just artificial intelligence, but architectural intelligence. And we narrowed down the scope to ourselves. And I'm so pleased and honored because the incoming president encouraged me after the lecture at 2.0 that we could do some more work on this AI architectural intelligence. Little did I know that the AI was also thinking about architectural intelligence. And if you are following or you were there in Boston a few months ago at the conference, there was a particular topic on architectural intelligence. So what I'm doing here, I'm just transporting, maybe transforming, and continue from where I stopped last time in 2.0. So if the questions are beyond me, I will refer you to AIA website. Okay, housekeeping done quickly. So because of the time, I'll just take some snippets of my slides and encourage that we can catch up some of these other things. But let me just read one or two lines and then I move on. The business of architecture stands at a critical junction. You all agree with me with that. That fundamental reevaluation of our operational and philosophical methods needs to be considered. We need to start looking inwards, outwards, all at the same time. Why I love architecture and I love architects is that they are many representatives of the Almighty, because you must be able to see now, you must be able to see tomorrow, and even see the results of what tomorrow will be given out to the people yet unborn. So, our topic this series of looking at the future and see how much we can stand strong demonstrates that the business case for cultivating architectural intelligence is overwhelmingly positive. We are moving forward and we need to think about everything at the same time. Because people think that when it's about resilience, you're only talking about the structure as it is in terms of how safe or how it can work against the wind, the water, and all the environmental factors. If I will borrow from my friend Pierre Luginevi, when he was describing Palazzo de la Sports, I'm sure you know Pierre Luginevi, one of the most intelligent architects with concrete aesthetic architecture. He said the buildings must be safe structurally, technologically, and for the future generation to enjoy. That's what he was already talking about, sustainability and resilience, even way back then. So these are the masters of architecture that saw the future in his words. And that's why you could see many of his designs for architects and for students here. He was a master of the fair-face concrete, and he could do almost anything with it. At the same time, showing the aesthetics and showing technological innovations. I'm happy that one of our young architects did a brilliant job yesterday, so I won't waste too much time on that. If we are going on my fourth slide is talking about this very obsolete dichotomy that people always think about. The new business paradigm for service provider to strategic partners. Architects, you have to start seeing yourself, not just from the board or the system, but to be a partner with the clients and the environment. That's the intelligence we are asking. We want to all start thinking about now. You must go back. I believe we have touched a lot of topics on that. Your leadership position, this was even also stressed last night, is that you must come back and remember that you need to get back to that original position of leadership. The demands of business and finance now, your client wants to rely on you. He wants to see you making the ROIs, the return of investments. You are seeing what the buildings and what his own contribution to the environment will be in the next few years going forward. This outdated perspective has been often positioned obsolete. The architects are mere providers of aesthetic services rather than as strategic problem solvers capable of addressing the complex challenges of built environments. That is where we should be. And I know that even as we are gathered here discussing in 3.0 of Kadaf, we all as architects will start thinking about repositioning ourselves for better contributions to the environment. Okay? Defining architectural intelligence is a relatively new and transformative design paradigm that defines the practice of architecture. It's called the synthesis of cutting-edge technologies, human-centered principles, deep commitment to sustainability, and I believe that's what we are looking at globally, even in Kadaf 3.0. This framework moves beyond just a singular focus on artificial intelligence, AI, and instead positions technology as a tool within a broader, more sophisticated system. Artificial intelligence emerges AI, human-centered design, sustainability, and digital technologies such as building BIMs. I'm sure we know a bit of that. The ultimate objective of this synthesis is to harness data-driven automation, not for its own sake, but to optimize building performance, and most critically, to enhance occupant well-being. So, the approach that we are looking at really by intentionally linking advanced technology with human-centric outcomes. Your offices, your practices should be looking at this global context, trying to make a merger of intelligent positions. The architect, not as a technologist, not just as a technologist, but as a strategic orchestrator. This orchestrator uses data and automation to serve and enhance human environmental outcomes. Let me just put it back quickly. A vision for creative leadership. And that's why our contribution as architects really, really matters. Architects are beginning to lose their creativity. I don't know all the reasons, but I know one of the reasons is that your clients will first count, is it the naira or the dollar? And then that starts to hinder your creative thinking. But remember, can't quite remember now. Is it one which of the courses now? ABU, which courses? We were taught that for a balanced design, 4 major things must be considered. Students, are you with me? Are the students here? Great students, where are you? We don't have students here today? Chair. They went for lunch. They are at the back. Okay. So your buildings must have, you must consider the economics, the techniques. Of course, you must make sure it's structurally safe, and then the functionality. Each time you want to have a balanced decision, when those 4 factors are together at play, and you put it across to your client, he or she will understand that you have thought out your plans and your building projects properly and will listen. Now, when you now introduce even the trends of how the building can survive into the future, I'm sure your clients will start agreeing you that the cost in use and cost on the run will balance out. So, I quickly put that this kind of leadership fosters an environment where an architect's potential is fully realized, preparing them to create impactful solutions for complex problems of our time. And I quickly put a summary, the pillars of architectural intelligence because of time. The business of sustainability, I've said it, it is now, it is here, and we must think it. Any architect or architectural practice that is not thinking tomorrow and drawing for today, when the environment is shouting, when Lekki was flooded 2-3 weeks ago, and you are still building basements all over Admiral Way in Lekki, I think some of us will have to answer real-time questions with our clients. I hope we don't have architects that are putting basements on Admiralty Way in Lekki 1. They're not here. They're not here. The environment is shouting. And someone is telling you that, no, because I came back from somewhere, I want this basement, and you cannot tell the clients in clear terms. I would rather do you a penthouse than give you a basement. And now the streets are flooded, and they are calling you. But you are the problem. You created the problem. In fact, they should carry you and put you inside the basement, maybe for 2-3 days. If you can survive there, then your clients will let you go. Okay? So we need to think better. Pillar 2, business of resilience. We are talking about it, and the business of creativity. Let me run because of time. I said the argument of sustainable design has been long framed in ethical and environmental terms, but now it's a reality. So we must, a critical aspect of this value proposition is the fact that these cost reductions, you can do them now. And we need to start working and thinking them. Okay? And I said, beyond direct financial savings, sustainability offers profound and far-reaching indirect benefits. Just like I explained now, you are doing something and you know that later on your clients will have to spend that amount of money because you didn't think well and you didn't create that architectural intelligence of creativity right from, and sustainability right from your design stage. I push on. I also talked a bit here as a summary on that particular topic, that the strategic ROIs, what your clients and what the environment need for us as architects, is lower operational cost, enhanced reputation and marketability of your firm, talent and attraction for retention. Skip on the slides, please, to the table of the summary. Yes, and I talked about proactive risk mitigation and regulatory advantage. That's why I'm happy that we are working in close knit with Kasubja. Architects are well involved in what is going on in Kaduna now. So architects, please understand and always ensure you educate your clients, and you work together with regulations to make sure you position your buildings properly. The business of resilience under architectural intelligence here, I talk about fundamental components of architectural intelligence, representing a strategic investment in proactive preparedness. I mentioned that already. To withstand and recover severe weather events like hurricanes, wildfires, and the rest, just as I mentioned, Lekki. And of course, flooding all around the suburbs, even right here in Kaduna. I know it's something very difficult around Kigo Road Extension and Gwarimi by Cavendish, and whereas again, Banawa, around Living Faith and all that when the rains come. Am I correct? So architects, please, when you are working in these environments in Kaduna, Kadaf 3.0 is telling you that there's a business of resilience which you are the architect, you are responsible. You are responsible. You are to do that from your design. Where you need to bring retaining walls, put retaining walls and tell your clients you will spend more now, but tomorrow you won't call me. Because there's very little you can do about the other environmental factors. So we need to wake up. And I quickly put on structural and technological solutions, which we can always read up, and the rest like that. Building the business case for proactive preparedness. I've made a summary of that. That the financial argument of resilient design, that's where you always have the argument between your clients and the rest. But always stay focused and let your clients know we do better now, spending more than spending later. While it may involve higher initial expenses for features like base isolation, durable materials, you can let them know that long-term maintenance costs will be minimized because of disasters that you have no powers to really control. A firm that invests in productive, resilient design is not merely preparing for the next natural disaster, but it's also positioning itself ahead of regulatory curve, which is coming. Building codes are ready everywhere. There are some certain ways you cannot build in other climes. I know that we also are working on some here. Even as little as we are pushing for some little things that we must start checking. And let me tell you upfront and quickly, this will eliminate quacks from the industry. If you're not a trained architect, you might not understand the business of architecture when it comes to creativity, sustainability, and cost on the run. And clients are beginning to identify. They are beginning. Thank God for what Akon is doing. They keep publishing names of those you should consult when you want to design. But already we're in court with Akon. Some of those of us that paid and we didn't say our names here. Why is the person that was sued jointly with Akon? Architect Obaje, you have a lot of work to do. But that is by the way. The clients know the architects. When you sit down and somebody is not able to tell you about the resilient feature of his design, sustainable features, then you are already going to be in trouble. I know we do better as architects. Okay? I talked about business of creativity already. In the framework, architectural intelligence, creativity is not mystical, isolated pursuit, but a systematic, collaborative, and technological augmented process that is fully integrated into our firm's business. Please, let's go home and do that. Fostering the culture for innovation. To convey this new model of creativity, firms must first design their own workspaces as innovation labs. I don't know, maybe that's why Building Anatomy has a design laboratory. I don't know whether that's why one of mine has a design studio. But I believe that we can do better with all our putting together these things, making it go to forward. There's market differentials and power of collaboration. I mentioned some of this in 1.0. But let me jump to the roadmap. The roadmap is immediate actions and long-term strategies that are involved in this business. One, under immediate actions, your business model assessments. We need to go back home as firms and begin auditing our project-based models. I think one or two speakers also mentioned that yesterday. Integrated design adoption, talent and technology. The young ones, to foster a culture of creativity and efficiency, firms to invest in training for their existing staff and actively recruit talent with holistic vision. Holistic vision. That's why when you come for an interview, we are not interested in how much of AutoCAD Revit you know. Tell us more. How much more can you do? The dynamism that is happening in the world is not just out there. It's not local. It's global. In fact, somebody told me recently that it's even beyond global now. So why should I employ a young guy with a first class that cannot give me more than what every traditional draftsman can do? Makes no sense. Talent and technology. Please permit me to run. Long-term strategy will involve strategic marketing, market positioning. A firm's creative portfolio and sustainability credentials are its most valuable assets for business development. Clients realize that now. They patronize people who can become strategic partners in their marketing. I will give you the example when I do the bit of the case study. Policy and partnerships, we've talked about it before, I think in 1.0, and it's still repeating itself. Conclusion and the path forward. The mastery of the business of architecture is no longer a matter of singular creative genius or purely operational efficiency. It is predicated on the adoption of architectural intelligence, a powerful strategic framework that connects the pillar of creativity, sustainability, and resilience into a single cohesive unit. Powerful engine to drive this business of architecture of ours back to leadership position, to exciting times. And the future is great. The future is here. We can all do it if we leave Kadaf 3.0 and believe that we have all the tools and instruments needed for human-centered approach. A firm can transform its role from a service provider to a strategic partner, delivering higher level of value. You hear value chain, value chain, value chain. You are just a thread in the tapestry of the good results, return of investments that our clients are looking for. Global case study of architectural intelligence as I begin to close. In Boston, during the AI conference, we had a privilege. There was a particular, there are a series of seminars and trainings. And I also positioned myself to be part of this group. And I really didn't think we will come back to this, but I just share with you one project that has been studied, and you can find time to Google and search and read more, that has demonstrated architectural intelligence from the beginning, engaging the clients, thinking the future, using materials, holistic. Perfect example is the One Congress building in Boston. It's a building you can easily, One Congress building. The principles of architectural intelligence are not abstract concepts, they are real. The One Congress building in Boston is a prime example of architectural intelligence in action, demonstrating a seamless integration of creativity, sustainability, and resilience. I was able to do some quick capture of pictures as we were on the tour, and I will just share with you. And then I quickly close with a reference to something that touches my heart in Kaduna. Sustainability practice, maybe we'll let the slide roll because of time, resilience, and structure, and it says a bit of summary. Let's go to the photo. Sustainability practice was well done there. Yes, this is the project. Awesome building that needs to be studied by everyone, senior, junior, and growing architects. Run the slide so I can do the presentation from the slides. Okay, this project is actually owned by one group of developers. The main building you are seeing there with the, will I say spiral? They use a particular word. I'm trying to use the right word. Find the word somewhere that was used to describe it. Anyway, that main building you are seeing is a 42-story structure, and it houses both offices, luxury homes, the hotel, and some banks on the lower floors. But that adjacent building you are seeing there is actually the service building for this particular project. Awesome. The thinking behind this project really is that it is not everyone that will be working in this building that will be able to afford living in that building. It is very rare to find a client thinking along with the architect when they made a proposal that something can be done whereby we can have another building which had a little bit less than all that stuff, that the people that you are going to be using, which consider about 50% of people that will be in that place, will be able to pay for the services and all the associated things that go with that building. Please run quickly. Okay, now we went to the class and they were discussing. I won't waste time for the architectural plans and all that. Ecliptical. Why did it escape me? That was the word that was used then. So that's how the building is. Several things to learn about this building. But I skip. Yes, stop there, please. When they were designing this, you see that structure in the middle, we see something else. So architects, please remember when you are designing such building, resilience, feature, there's a particular crane structure that you are seeing there. It was not removed. It's part of the design. What is that crane structure for? It is for the maintenance of cleaning the windows and the curtain walls. Can you imagine? So that you don't need to go out there and tell your clients, 6 months routine maintenance, we need to call Julius Berger and the rest to hire the equipment. It was built in. Please scroll me through. You will see how the structure, yes, that's the crane. It's part of the building foundation. In fact, our lecturer took time and explained how it was all implanted. That thing you are seeing there that looks like, what do you call those things? Those pulleys that pick up stuff. The big, long one there, yes, is actually part of the design and constructed, sitting right on the roof. The structural engineer was there to explain, even the design of those foundations. Resilient feature is not just about the ones that build, the wind, no. Architects, your minds are bigger than that. Continue, please. We need to skip very quickly. So, I mean, the architect did all the explanations, how the ecliptical thing was formed and all that, and time concepts, all that, you can read that up. I'm trying to get to the site plan. Good, straight. So you see those 3 structures there. The main building, that's the blue one. The other one that is service kind of apartment for the lower class people. The third one you are seeing there is the car park. That's the car park. I think that is on 18 floors. Because there's no other place to park. This is the heart of Boston, Massachusetts. That is all you have. But the architect was able to use that space. That's why it's been studied all over the place. It's something we must all go back and read as architects to understand. Flip me through. So those are 3 critical parts of the development: the service, the main, and that's the car park. Skip through, please. And of course, the summary there, and we did all that. Thank you very much. Architect Meju was there. Just before I close, I want to say that sometimes clients, I don't know whether we have several of them here, but someone we hear, another person we tell. It's always a story. Someone hears and someone tell. Tell it clearly. One of the things that pains me a bit in Kaduna, in 1990, when I joined Habitat Associates, thank God my chair was my cubicle mate and taught me how to calm down. I'm not as calm as him, but he helped me for 10 years. I was sitting by his side. All he was doing was, I should calm down. So I've tried, but you know what it is. Now, I was thrown into a project called the Daikon House under architect Keith French. Was elderly there. It is late now. Keith French died about 2 years ago. I think he died, yes. I'm correct, sir. He died about 2 years ago. And that was our studio head. And he taught us sustainable design, resilient design, without mentioning that word and without us knowing. Because everything he was doing and teaching and designing and all that had all the things that I started seeing later on in life. So we did a Daikon house right on Ahmad Bello Way, 6 Ahmad Bello Way, close to UTC bus stop there. I'm sure all of you know that building. It has won several awards from this NIA Institute. Several awards. And the beauty of that design, as a young man, I questioned him. It was wonderfully done with very minimal paint. There was no exterior paint. It was fair face concrete. We had a courtyard with planters and a glass dome with plantings all around the corridors. But I think like 9 years ago, one of the new DGs that were sent there from the Army headquarters thought it was an unfinished building, and they repainted the building. Since then, about 8 years now, I think they have done repainting now about 3 times. Am I correct, sir? Are you people, do you have people in Kaduna here? That was an award-winning project designed 35 years ago. I was part of that project team as a very young architect carrying drawings about with Augustiniak. It was built by B. Stablini. Fantastic building. It went through several DGs. I remember before late Akitelabi died, there was a time, it was under Major General Adeniyi. Very correct. And he said the building will last for a lifetime. That was the words of architect Keith French. Unfortunately, our clients sometimes need to also know that when architects think, when architects design, they're actually helping the future. I rest my case. Thank you very much. God bless everyone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for architect Dimeji Adene. It's not only architects that know how to, it's not only space that architects know how to use, they also know how to use time. And please help me put your hands together for him for using his time. Many times I would say I want to come and take the microphone, but he will bring something up that I will not be able to remove. Thank you very much for your presentation.
And in appreciation of this very insightful and personal presentation, actually, to some extent, this Speaker Appreciation Award is presented to architect Dimeji Adene, who is actually part of the LOC, a very active one. And I think as part of that active preparation, participation, is this very, very insightful lecture. Thank you so much. And in appreciation, maybe you turn it to the... And congratulations. We look forward to seeing you 4.0, 5.0 ad infinitum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do hope that this lecture will continue. We'll have a 4.01, 5.01. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the time that you've spent with us. We're still moving on.
Yes, well, to recognize the presence of the chair of System Properties Development, System Properties Consult, Architect Salis Mohammed. He arrived as we were meeting. Architect Salis Mohammed, Chair of System Properties Consult. Architect Mohammed Itopa Sule, that is the Registrar of ACON, Architect Registration Council of Nigeria. Architect Mohammed Itopa Sule, he might have come in from Abuja, but is a member of the Kaduna State Chapter, a very, very key supporter of Kadaf, and somebody who has very, very firm and strong views regarding how things should be done. as we can already see by his presence in Akon. A round of applause for architect Mohammed Itopa Sule. Also want to recognize the presence of the chair of Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, Kaduna State Chapter, TPL Dr. Yakubu Aliyu Bununu. TPL Dr. Yakubu Aliyu Bununu. You are welcome. Thank you for making it here and for supporting Kadaf 3.0. Right now, it's the student participation segment. The students will just do a presentation segment from ABU Zaria, Kaduna Polytechnic, and New Bomali Polytechnic. The students will now be coming on stage, 5 minutes for each presentation, and then it's just to get the message and the information across. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause as they come.
I think we're starting off with ABU.
Let's just confirm as they come.
Okay. As you come in, you introduce yourself, and then we know it's a go.
Let him just do.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Good day, Madam Architect, my fellow architects of the Nigerian Institute. My name is Joshua Emmanuel Sule. I am a student from Ahmadu Bello University, and upon stage with me are my fellow representatives. So we want to talk about, I'll just go ahead because it seems the slide is not functioning well. So we were given a brief to design buildings which are resilient and can postpone or maybe prolong the long span of their future in architecture. So we took a slum area in Zaria, which is the Amaru Market. I don't know if you are familiar with the Amaru Market. It is nestled close to the palace of the emir. And the major issues after our site analysis and all the necessities, we found out that there are a lot of market sellers staying right there on the road, which is not actually right, under really harsh conditions, very harsh climates, and there are a lot of vehicles which is also not safe for people who are staying on the road, and the infrastructure is so bad that there is a lot of pollution from water pollution, poor drainage, and all of them. So we thought of a solution to see if we could sort out the issues and probably propose something that could relate to the topic. Please, the next slide. The next one, please. Okay, so the concept or the idea of my site layout, it was gotten from the idea of the Vitruvius man, which is a man with his arms spread out, right, his limbs and all of them. So we have 5 shading structures, and these shading structures are arranged 45 degrees to the prevailing winds. And when you arrange a building like that to the prevailing winds, you get the highest amount of ventilation from it. And right at the center, which is the navel, we have a mosque, which is a major, let me just continue. Please, next slide. So you can see the floor plan. It's something simple. This shed is going to take about 20 market sellers with 10 on each side. And then we have toilets for, this toilet is actually there to take care of the issues of poor drainage and the, people urinating around and all of this. So we found a way to curb that. Please, the next slide. And you have the west elevations. You can see screen walls. The screen walls are for the toilet, and we also have a section where you can see the toilet and the tables of the marketers. Please, the next slide. So this is the perspective of what the building looks like. And the sustainable features or sustainable approaches that we're taking in this were that we decided to use lightweight materials and easily sourced materials such as bamboo. And you can see that this is a king post truss, which is made out of bamboo. And also, we use rammed earth. Rammed earth has a very nice and a very high amount of thermal mass. And thermal mass, because of the harsh climate in Zaria and Kaduna at large, when the sun is scorching hot, this this round earth has the ability to absorb that heat without letting it pass through into the building. And we also used concrete for the floor. And if you can see, just by the side of the building, there is grass. There are grasses planted there. These grasses serve as a buffer zone because concrete or even the bare ground as it is can reflect heat into the building. So with these shrubs planted close to the building, when that heat is transferred to the floor, it is going to absorb it without letting it bounce back into the building. And also there is a screen wall right there. So this screen wall, I used motifs, which is one of the signals of the Arewa architecture. When you see motifs signifies pride. It signifies inclusivity. And also there is, please the next slide. There is a phenomenon called stack effect, which was used to ventilate this shading structure properly. The stack effect, when hot air, when air in a building gets hot, it rises up, so the cool air comes from under, and you can see that the shading structure was actually made to like break the passage of the air, because when there is a smaller opening, air comes in with more pressure. So when that air comes in, it tends to move the hot air out through the other side, and the other side is the place where you have the brick wall, the screen wall with rammed earth. Please, the next slide. So some of the socio-economic benefits, empowerment, and specialized sheds improve productivity and business identity. So when people also come around to build these sheds, because they are not, as you can see, it's not something that will take so long to build, because one of the issues we encountered was that there were abandonment of infrastructures that were already going on, some building shops, and probably this happened due to maybe lack of funding, maybe materials are too expensive and all of that, but with this our approach, you can see that all these materials are not so cost, and you can easily build them. So for the health, sanitation and ventilation improve safety and comfort. When you have these toilets, you don't have anyone, you don't even have to put up a sign, don't urinate here, don't do this. Like architecture, the way my lecturer told me, architecture organizes the way humans behave. Just like you go into a boutique, you know that there's no price in here. Please, the next slide. Okay, so this is how the whole site looks like. When you come in from the center, it is just like the limbs of the human. If you have an itch on your eye, you don't use your leg, you use your hand. So when you come here, it organizes that sense of, okay, I want to get something, I go here, because each of the sheds, they're actually selling different things, ranging from grains, from vegetables, and which have you, because...
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So sorry, I had to stop you. Thank you. These are students from ABU. Thank you very, very much. Do you have a participation thing for them or? Okay, take it from here.
So ABU's area students, very good. You spoke very well, which is one of the qualities of our young architects. You can introduce yourselves once more.
I'm Hussein Umar Kagarko, a student from 300 level architecture department, ABU Zaria.
My name is Musa Majidadi, and I'm a student from Ahmad Bello University Zaria.
My name is Joshua Emmanuel Sule, and I am a representative from Ahmad Bello University Zaria.
Please, round of applause for the ABU Zaria students. The next set of students, 5 minutes, let's keep it.
Thank you.
Round of applause for these young students.
Once you come in, tell us your name, introduce yourselves, and go ahead. Come on, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Conceptual, let's have your ideas and let's walk up faster. I think I can walk faster than that. Just before they commence, we want to recognize the presence of architect Murtala Babaji, FNIA, the chair admission committee, NIA. That is a very, very important person, architect Murtala Babaji. And while we are talking about admission, just before they continue, we are very pleased to recognize that several of our chapter members, or several members here from Kaduna, were successful in the last PPC exams. Congratulations to all of them. We can mention Abubakar Ibrahim from New Bomali Polytechnic, Mohammed Awal Zakari, KSDPC, Dowo Samuel Kazum, Barrow Dikko Teaching Hospital, Mohammed Bello, Department of Architecture, Kaduna Polytechnic, Anas Aliyu Sambo, Estate Department, Federal University of Education, Zaria, Stephen Mechibi Moses, Kadfama, Oluwaseun Ayodakbo Ayinla Crest Arc Design Studios, Testimony Ehijozie, Archcon Nigeria Limited, Farzana Abdullahi, Department of Architecture, Kaduna Polytechnic, Bello Abdelkader, Nigerian Institute of Transport, Odi Peter, Era Arc Consult, Bukola Debo. This is not exhaustive because I know there's Amina Yusuf, Kautar Yahya. There's also Architect Usman Alhaji Jidda. Just congratulations and round of applause for all of these successful candidates. Know that we are very proud of you and we are happy you have joined the family. The next are from which institution?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Speak up, speak up.
We are students from Nuhu Bamali Polytechnic, Zaria. I'm Stephen Saminu by name, and with me here is
Ahmad Muhammad Zainuddin,
Mustafa Abubakar,
Mohammed Lol Sambo,
Ali Muhammad Sani.
We are presenting on slum upgrading, and one of our study area is in Zaria. That's Gobrawa community, and Gobrawa community is a community behind Nuhu Bamali Polytechnic, Zaria, for some of us that are familiar with the community. We are presenting on a slide. First and foremost, let's understand what is this slum. Next slide. Next slide. A slum is an urban area characterized by substandard housing, insecure land tenure, inadequate access to safe water and sanitation, overcrowding and limited access to essential services such as healthcare, education, and solid waste collection. You all believe with me that a slum are communities that lack infrastructures, and lacking infrastructures make them limited to some social activities and social life. Then, looking at Gobrawa, and we try to adapt with the current theme, which is building resilient future. And we make to understand that a resilient future from the last speaker, he made mention of something. The whole idea of sustainability lies on long-term strength, adaptability, then sustainability. Then we try to see how we can be able to incorporate sustainability into the Gobrawa community. Please, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Next. Next slide. Then we have why slum upgrading is very important. Why do we need to upgrade all these slum areas? The reason why we need to upgrade these slum areas is one, human rights and dignity, so that these people living in such communities can also have human rights and also dignities. They have the right to social life and also infrastructures, just like water, electricity, healthcare, and education. We have the public health benefits. Next. We have the economic inclusion and productivity. We have social stability and reduced crime. Next slide. We have the urban resilience, environmental sustainability, land fiscal benefits for cities. Then we have the principles and approaches for effective slum upgrading, which number one, we have the participatory planning community leadership. We have the increment and institute upgrading too. We have tenure security and poor land regularization, integrated infrastructure provision. Next slide. Then this is the study area, which is a Gobra community. This is a background and context overview of the whole community. Next slide. And we have the brief history and identity of the community too. Then problems associated to Gobrawa community. One of the, looking at this map here, you can all believe with me that the community don't have a main access road leading from the main access road down to the community. They have to follow through the polytechnic. So we see how we can be able to solve this issue, like issues of accessibility, issues of water, issues of electricity, and other healthcare and education infrastructure. So this is a proposed layout that we sit and we come up. If these people can be able to adapt, or government can be able to come up with something like this, I think Gobra community would be upgraded from a slum area. They can also have the right to social life and also infrastructures. This is an image showing an inadequate access road. Next slide. Then this is an image showing poor environmental and health conditions which affect students and even the indigenes living in such communities. Then we have image showing poor drainage systems. Next slide. Then design planning and approaches. Why do we need to upgrade this community? One of the key things I would like to discuss is sustainability. Sustainability. This sustainability is very important, which architects play a crucial role in this aspect. And we're adapting sustainability to upgrade these slum areas. We need to look at three things, which are social, economic, and environmental. We need to talk about the environmental because that's one of our primary main focus. This environmental, we need to look at how we can be able to solve issues. If issues like reducing the use of carbon footprints. Yes. Also reducing, making use of renewable energy as one of the future of sustainability. Waste reduction, and etc., etc. In which architects, one thing you need to believe with me here is architects is either we solve problems or we create problems. But one of the core aspect is we solve problems. So solving problems, architects were urged to adapt this sustainability and also passive design, which can enhance this slum upgrading. My colleague will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. So in conclusion, understanding slums such as Gobrawa, located behind Ubambali Polytechnic Zaria, reveals the complex relationship between urban growth, poverty, and informal development. Slums are not merely zones of neglect or disorder. They are dynamic communities that provide affordable shelter, social networks, and economic opportunities for low-income residents. Therefore, upgrading Gobrawa through community participation, infrastructure, enhancement, and tenure regularization will not only transform the physical environment, but also empower residents to become active partners in urban development. Integrating the expertise of local institutions like Nuh Bombali Polytechnic Zaria can further ensure that the process is contextually appropriate and technically sound. Thank you.
Yes, round of applause for Nuh Bombali Polytechnic students. It is important that we understand that within the deeper competition and design brief which has been presented, the students are at this initial stage simply doing a conceptual and a kind of philosophical understanding of what it is they are trying to approach. The systematic way which architects design, which is what all of us do, is identifying the problem and kind of just understanding where we are going with that. And I think the students are doing brilliantly in that respect. A round of applause again for Nuh Bombali Polytechnic. Well done for this very young. It's good for us to remember who are doing this. I'll start from the very tall student.
Ali Muhammad Sani.
Mohammed Lawal Sambo.
Mustafa Abubakar.
Ahmad Muhammad Zainu.
I'm Stephen Saminu.
Congratulations. And round of applause for them. the last school that will be coming to the stage. Let us try as much as possible to keep to the 5-minute time limit. Kaduna Polytechnic, please walk up to the stage. Quickly, briskly. Let's have your presentation, and let's also endeavor to keep to the timing as much as possible. Kaduna Polytechnic. Round of applause and encouragement to them. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Muhammad Khadija from Department of Architecture, Kaduna Polytechnic. The theme of our design is building resilient future architecture, risk, and sustainability in Kaduna. Our research and survey focuses here in Kaduna at Ungwendosa. From our research, we were able to discover Ungwendosa faces slum challenges. And from these challenges we were able to discover, Ungwendosa faces flood. As a result of poor drainages and urbanization, we tend to provide solution for that through creation of proper drainages and building using proper planning. And then our site analysis, from the site analysis, looking at the average weather condition of Kaduna State, in our design, we tend to provide the use of overhang roof to shade our building due to the material we'll be using for the building of the project. And then we tend to provide shading devices, more of vertical shading devices in our design also. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I'm a student from Kaduna Polytechnic. I just want to give a brief on the history of Kaduna. So Kaduna is a traditional area which have a deep connection in the design with culture, environment, and the religion. What am I saying this is, in our design, without knowing how the region is, you can't make the design that will suit the place. So, and Kaduna is a hot, dry region which is influences modern sustainable design. And this culture shapes the architecture by influencing the space organization, the decoration, and the building identities. I think that's all.
Next slide. Good day to you all. I am Sadiq Abubakar Gashash, a participant from Kaduna Polytechnic. And I will be discussing on the site concept. Back, please. Yeah. So our site is a total of 216,000 square meter, which is approximately 450 plots. And we made use of 70% of the site, and 30% of the site is used for future expansion. We have two major entrances. The first one is that's the general entrance, and the second entrance, as you can see by the side, is for services and maybe emergencies. We made use of linear layout. We decided to use the linear layout just to ensure easy accessibility, clear circulation, and organized growth. The layout runs across, as you can see, the layout runs across the building, centered centrally. There are central amenities that include the relaxation area, a clinic, school and entrepreneur center, shops and relaxation, then religious centers. So I think that's all. Thank you.
Next slide. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Damian Jeremiah, one of the presenters. There's no way we'll be able to design these buildings without involving the community members. So we had a physical interview with them to ask them how they'd like their designs to be. And that's the main reason why we removed the dining area, because a typical Hausa person prefers to sit on the floor and eat his or her food. You get? And so we realized that the growing boys, we made a BQ for them. So there's a room for future expansion in our buildings. And one of the materials we chose to use is stabilized earth brick. That stabilized earth brick uses about 5 to 10% of cement, some agricultural waste, that's chaffs and the rest. So in a way, we are kind of trying to control waste. Also, please, the next slide. We made use of some fenestrations up there, which we kind of included net because of the stack effect. Hot air tends to be lighter. So as cool air comes in via the doors and the windows, it goes up and passes through the fenestration. So in a way, we are kind of incorporating passive lighting, passive ventilation. So in case national grid goes down, they have nothing to fear. And that's why we used the normal local size window, 1 2 by 1 2. Please, the next slide. Okay. When we are designing for these people, we don't expect them to leave their vicinity. And that's why we made room for temporary shelters, which we're going to be using trampolines. Things that are going to last for a very, very short time. And also, you know, an idle man is a devil workshop. In poor places, that's the slum area, since they don't have employment and the rest, we are bound to have high crime rate. And that's why we chose to use plastic. Another material is plastic, which we use. Please, the next slide before coming back to this one. No, I mean the next one. Yes. So these PET bottles, that's polyethylene bottles, the normal Pepsi, Coca-Cola bottles that we use, instead of disposing them off, we are telling those locals that you can actually bring them to us for a token. They could gather it for us, and then we can use it in our first construction. And also, aside the PET bottles, we made use of the high-density polyethylene bottles, which you can actually crush in our road construction. You know, one of the problems we are facing is, aside drainage, is road construction. When we use a shredding machine to crush this plastic, join it together with bitumen and the coarse aggregate, it's kind of, even during hot season, it kind of makes it non-susceptible to cracking. So the road won't crack. It's going to last longer because of the elasticity.
Thank you. Thank you. Wrap up.
All right, I should wrap it off? Okay. Let's go back to the former slide.
Which wrap up?
All right.
Not going back to any.
Basically, in our design also, in our site layout, we have a workshop whereby people could learn fabrication of block making. They could learn how to repair their buildings, just in case, just like Francis Kere, they should have a sense of ownership, the community people there. So even if we are not there.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I gave you an opportunity to wrap up. You should have gone to the end. But anyway, thank you very, very much. Let's meet you, the students of
Kaduna Polytechnic.
So let's meet you.
I am Sadiq Abubakar Gashash, a participant.
I am Amir Baba Yakub from Kaduna. I am Amir Baba Yakub.
I am Muhammad Awadeu.
I am Damian Jeremiah.
I am Muhammad Khadija.
Farouk Law.
Thank you very, very much. We know it's still work in progress. Thank you for the ideas that you brought here. And we are giving you much, much encouragement.
So round of applause to the students. Like we said, they are developing their ideas, they are developing their concepts, and the whole point is get involved with any community that you are designing for. Understand what the needs are and embrace evidence-based principles. Among our partners and here, there will just be two of the manufacturers, Amosil Nigeria Limited and Chibi Granite. They will just come up to the stage, basically to, in solidarity with Kadaf 3.0. In solidarity with Kadaf 3.0. After these presentations by these two companies, we will get the opportunity to move, just take a 15-minute break, stretch our legs, and go around once more, led by Madam President, to look at the they have added more products compared to yesterday. So we'll just take 15 minutes to to go around and take a look at the manufacturer stands once more. Madam President will be leading that. But prior to that, Amos Steel Nigeria Limited and Chibi Granite, two of our very, very strong supporters, will be coming to the stage. Amos Steel Nigeria Limited, are you around?
Please help me put your hands together for them. I see Amos Steel Nigeria Limited on their way. I believe so. Help me put your hands together for him. Escort him here with a huge round of applause for their presentation. And it will be followed thereafter by Chibi Granite. Amos Steel Nigeria Limited, thank you very much.
Welcome, Amos Steel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Henry Ajaluke. I'm a representative of Amos Steel West Africa. I'm sure we are not new to you people. For the past 3 years, we've been in Kadaf 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. So I believe we are 3 over 3. It's an honor for us to be in your midst every time you call upon us to share our own innovation in the building industry. We just use a little moment to share some of our products that are very, very important in your structures. Most especially, I know you people are used to challenges in dampness. I know you are used to construction, and you know there are many challenges in construction, which we are basically into admixtures, waterproofing admixtures, coating, tiling solution, epoxy, sealant, and additives. I'm going to talk a little more about them shortly because of the time given to me. Let me start with the waterproofing admixture. Naturally, we have a challenge in dampness in most of our buildings, which all of us know. And if you're building your house, you need to check out for these issues. Innovations have made us know that there are many ways to control dampness. With the innovation, now we have admixtures that when you add them into your cement, it helps you withstand all those challenges in your buildings. And likewise, if you're building in waterlogged areas, we have specific admixtures that work for places with high water pressure, that you can use them to give you a perfect result. Or if you're building your swimming pools, or you're working on wet areas. At the same time, again, we have coating membranes that you use to replace materials like felt in times of exposed roof decking. I'm sure most of you are conversant with our products. This product, you use them in replacement of felt, and it has a longevity of 10 to 20 years without challenge. Apart from that, we have flooring solution like the tile adhesive, which you use in tiling. You don't just use the conventional cement because of the challenges you have. But once you use tile adhesive, they have special polymers that allows you to have a durable building that will stand test of time. Apart from that, we have this admixture we call the super latex and the latex, which is good for your maintenance and repair works, which I know that many of you have been patronizing us for that. I hope that after the program, you can go back to our stand and check for those products. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Just before you leave, we have a present for you. We normally do this for every of our folks who come in. Please come over and take a snapshot. I remember you were here for 1.0, 2.0, and here we are 3.0. So this is a partnership appreciation award for Amos Hill West Africa Limited. Congratulations, and we hope you stay partnering with us. All right, thank you. Thank you very, very much. we have another of our partners coming up, and this time it is Chibi Granite. Am I correct? Yes. Chibi Granite, please come up very quickly. In a few minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, tell us what you do. Tell us if you have been here with us before and what you do for us, what you have brought for us this time. Very quickly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Makamayaru from Chibi Nigeria Limited. We've been here, we've been attending, and we thank God for making us to attend 3.0 today. We produce granite tiles of different colors, different varieties, and good texture, and a good quality. We produce here in Kaduna State, here in Kaduna City. And we are international. We supply to different states and also export it outside. And our granite tiles are of good quality, just like I said. The properties are very well compacted because of the stones we selected in order to do our production. So therefore, we want to employ you for your next project. We want to employ you to patronize us because we have exquisite colors, striking patterns, and elegant beauty in our granite products. They are very durable for floors, basically, which will give you a very good aesthetics. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for keeping faith with us, for being here for 1.0, 2.0, and this is 3.0. So as it is our tradition, we want to present this to you. It says it's a Partnership Appreciation Award presented to Chibi Granite, and thank you for being part of it. We're looking forward to having you with us by the grace of God for 4.0, 5.0, and so many of the zeros to come. Presented to you. Thank you very much for being part of us. It's yours and all the containers. Now, we have presentations mainly to be made to other of our partners because there won't be any presentations from them. So what we'll be doing is calling on them to come up to pick up their so to speak, award, Partnership Appreciation Award. Please call upon them.
We would like to, first of all, say we appreciate very, very strongly all of the partners that have supported Kadaf 3.0 as well as the chapter. Among these partners is Pro Design Interiors. Pro Design Interiors. Pro Design Interiors, please round of applause for Pro Design Interiors in appreciation of your continued support and partnership with the Nigerian Institute of Architects and with Kadaf 3.0. We present this award to Pro Design and we look forward to a long and fruitful partnership. Pro Design Interiors, you are well appreciated. Thank you very much. Next, Berger Paints. Berger Paints, it has to be said, have really been with us right from the start. And Berger Paints, well represented, strongly represented. Thank you very much. This award is presented in appreciation of your continued support to the chapter and to Kadaf 3.0. Thank you very much, Berger Paints. We look forward to a continuous and fruitful relationship. the Society of Landscape Architects of Nigeria, SLAN. The Society of Landscape Architects. And in fact, the partnership is so strong, they are represented by their president. SLAN has been with us right from the beginning, and this is presented in appreciation for the part. Well, SLAN are actually just family, so we thank you for your continuous support. Thank you so much to SLAN. See you, Kadaf 4.0. God willing, of course. Yes, and another of our partners whom have really shown what humanity means, what support means, Medics for the Underserved, more medics, they have been with us, and this award is an appreciation of the support we have received from more medics. They have been with us and they have offered free service. If you haven't availed yourself of that opportunity, please go around the back. In particular, they check your oxygen supply. I'm sure everybody needs to find out what that is. And in appreciation, this award is presented to more medics. We will also be taking a word or two from the doctor in the house, just to confirm that, well, I want to know if my oxygen supply is okay. So maybe a word or two from me.
Thank you very much for this great award. Good afternoon once again. I beg to start on the existing protocol. My name is Dr. Yahya Abdullahi. I'm the Director General of Medics for the Underserved, and I'm equally the Medical Director of More Medics Hospital, Kaduna. I want to appreciate this important gathering for inviting us once again to this forum, this meeting 3.0. It's truly an honor to be part of this gathering. And it is also part of the activities that Medics for the Underserved has been doing. Particularly, we reach out to the underserved population, but we also provide free medical services or partner in programs like this because of emergencies or accidents that may happen. In as much as item 7 is also very important in gathering like this, it is also important to also know your health status, because you can eat something or you can come here with a low sugar or high blood pressure, which can be detriment to your health. So we offer also services here and also on construction sites where accidents do happen. So we are also open to partner with organizations, and I want to sincerely appreciate this gathering for honoring us with this award. So thank you very much, and I appreciate.
Thank you. We look forward to a continuous and long-term relationship. Like I said, after this, we will take a 15-minute break, the opportunity to go and actually look at all of the manufacturers, partners that have been here. 15 minutes, it will also give us an opportunity to stretch our feet. So you can just go behind now. We will take a 15-minute break and reconvene. Please use this opportunity to look at the products which they have brought. They have actually added, not to mention the fact that some of their experts have come around to answer any enquiries we might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. So, led by Madam President, every member is welcome to go and check and do a tour of this place. Look at what the manufacturers have brought. Some did not come with their products yesterday, so today they've come in with their products, and some have come in a bigger way. So this is an opportunity for you to stretch your legs and move around before we come back. In 15 minutes, we'll be back. Technical people, can we have some jazzy tunes around? Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and ladies. Please, can we go to the backdrop and take a picture with Miss President? Please, ladies.
As the ladies go to take pictures with Madam President, want to ask all members of the NIA ESCO to please assemble at the backdrop for a picture with Madam President. Outgoing ESCOs of the NIA Kaduna State Chapter, please let's meet at the backdrop. Thank you.
All ladies present, make it to the backdrop with a group photograph with Madam President. And of course, the EXCO should be there too. Take the opportunity to take the photograph with Madam President.
excellence in the creative management of the physical environment and to mobilize members of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, NIA, for national development has remained vital to the nation's growth. Established in November 1972, the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Kaduna State Chapter, was inaugurated as the North Central State Chapter.
The Kaduna State Chapter was created with the sole aim of bringing together architects on a platform where they can interact and also create a platform where they can exercise a kind of framework where they can be influential in impacting policy of government when it comes to architecture, building, urban development, and town planning.
NIA was basically Lagos before we later moved to Abuja. That's with the coming of Abuja as the capital of Nigeria. So, and Lagos, Abuja, of course, you know the distance and so on. So having Kaduna State Chapter has helped to decentralize. So with Kaduna State Chapter, we're able to coordinate our own activities, you understand, and then forward whatever to the national.
Chapter started 11th November 1972 as the North Central State Chapter. There was no Kaduna State then. It was North Central State. That was in 1972 with a membership of 24. The purpose is just to mobilize membership for service. Since the national has started since 1960, and they felt architects are coming up around here, so there's need for them to come together, and then so that they can offer service in line with the constitution of the institute.
Architectural design is the art and the practice of conceptualizing, planning, and creating buildings and other structures, blending technical skills with creative vision to meet users' needs. This process involves analyzing clients' requirements in Nigeria. The vision to attain excellence in the creative management of the physical environment and to mobilize members of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, NIA, for national development has remained vital to the nation's growth. Established in November 1972, the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Kaduna State Chapter, was inaugurated as the North Central State Chapter.
The Kaduna State Chapter was created with the sole aim of bringing together architects on a platform where they can interact and also create a platform where they can exercise a kind of framework where they can be influential in impacting policy of government when it comes to architecture, building, urban development, and town planning.
NIA was basically Lagos before we later moved to Abuja. That's with the coming of Abuja as the capital of Nigeria. So, and Lagos, Abuja, of course, you know the distance and so on. So having Kaduna State Chapter has helped to decentralize. So with Kaduna State Chapter, we're able to coordinate our own activities. You understand? And then forward whatever to the national.
Chapter started 11th November 1972 as the North Central State Chapter. There was no Kaduna State then. It was North Central State. That was in 1972 with a membership of 24. The purpose is just to mobilize membership for service. Since the national has started since 1960, and they felt architects are coming up around here, so there's need for them to come together, and then so that they can offer service in line with the constitution of the institute.
For over 3 decades, different executives have led the affairs of the NIA Kaduna State Chapter. Some members of the institute have served in various capacities as directors, permanent secretaries, commissioners, vice-chancellors, legislators, deputy governors, and even as vice president of Nigeria.
The main aim of Kadaf, that's the Kaduna Architects Forum, is to create a forum whereby we bring together now architects, not just architects, other members of the allied professionals, the builders, the town planners, the urban designers, the stakeholders, the manufacturing industries. Together, how can we have a voice where we can create, influence policy decision making? And closely with what we have that is the idea. We want to create a forum whereby our voices can be heard in Kaduna State. We can influence some of these policies. Kaduna Architects Forum, it's a deliberate action. It's a deliberate action. I use the word deliberate because it's key to whatever we're doing and whatever we have done so far and whatever we're going to do in the future.
A lot of people think when you say architecture or you say Kaduna Architects Forum, it's just about architects alone. Architects meaning just people in the building industry, built environment, meaning buildings, and that's it. But when you say Architects Forum, we have the landscape architects, we have the interior architects, we have the people, the manufacturers of building materials as well. It's a place where
Welcome to the continuation of day number 2 of Kadaf 3.0. Remember that our theme this year is building a resilient future through architecture, risk, and sustainability in Kaduna. And for now, before we get straight back into our lectures, we want to take some presentations. We want to present some awards to some deserving awardees. And to see us through that process, we want to call on the one who the cap fits. He's the one who's been doing it for us. And already we are thinking of making him an honorary prof. architect Obaje is going to be seeing us through this next process or this next group of handing out awards to deserving awardees. And of course, these are all things put together by the local organizing committee, and architect Danjuma and his team have been doing a great job. Of course, we are trying to see that we get all of these things away so that we get straight into the next business of taking our next group of lectures. So we head straight for the next set of award presentations. And we call on architect Obaje to come see us through this one. Please help me put your hands together for architect Obaje as he comes to do the needful. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon once again. We have an award for some special group of people. And I'm going to be calling them one by one. The first on the list is the HGS. He is not here, but I'll ask architect Murtala Babaji if he's around, come and receive this award on his behalf. Murtala Babaji. Okay, before Murtala comes, I want to introduce His Royal Highness Mohammed Yusuf Sain Lere, the President, Nigerian Egypt Business Council. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, while we are expecting Babaji, the second awardee is going to be the third VP. I'll call, where is the chair? Come and receive on his behalf. Architect Mukhtar Ali. Chair, please come and receive for the third VP, who is not here. Okay. Okay. I'll call on our former minister to do us the honor to present these awards.
Thank you. Yes, this is leadership and enduring support for leadership and enduring support to the Nigerian Institute of Architects. This appreciation award goes to architect Ali Mukhtar FNIA, Sain Kano. It's an award well deserved, very hardworking and very pushful, doing a lot of work for our state chapters and encouraging them. Seen him all over the place. So this award is really worth its while to the recipient.
For the HGS, Architect Chamberlain, I call on Architect Babaji to please receive the award on his behalf.
This appreciation award goes to our Honorary General Secretary, Architect Chike Chamberlain Ibenu, for his enduring leadership and support to the Nigerian Institute of Architects. Indeed, the HG has deserved this, very hardworking and very pushful for the Institute, and I think it's an award well deserved. Thank you.
For the second Vice President, Architect Shoma Wogu Ogbonna, I'll call on Juliet Obaje to receive the award on her behalf.
This award goes to the second Vice President of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect Shoma Wogu Ogbonna, for her leadership and enduring support to the Institute and the architectural profession. Yes, indeed, Architect Ogbonna deserves an award, even in the wider context. She has made a name for herself that in the Institute, if you want anything to happen, just ask her to do it. She has her ways, her push-pull ways of making sure she delivers the result. And for those reasons, I think this appreciation award is a worthy award to the recipient.
This one goes to one of our own, the President-elect, the incoming. Please, I want you to give a round of applause to Architect Sani Saulawa.
Yes, this appreciation award goes to our President-elect for his enduring leadership and support to the Institute. I must say that it is indeed worthy. I personally can recall Architect Solawa's pushfulness as chairman of the admissions committee, I think 2015. Yes, I can clearly recall the pushfulness with which he goes about that chairmanship. And I recall one of the council meetings in Lagos. I recall, I think sometime in September or so in 2015, that Architect Salah did a very controversial presentation on membership within a lot of crises and so on and so on. But the tact with which that I'm relating my first experience of his abilities and capabilities in the Institute. And with all the issues being raised from left, right, and center, he was able to get his memo 100% approved by the district because he has his facts, he has his data. So I think the incoming president has a lot behind him to support him to move the Institute forward. And I think he needs all of our support and prayers. Like it was pointed out yesterday during the dinner, you are stepping into very big shoes. those shoes you must have to carry along. My advice is for you to also make sure that you inculcate the incumbent very well so that she doesn't move further away from you. I'm sure you'll need her support in this information. This award is well deserved. Thank you.
The next award also goes to one of our own, the registrar of ACON, architect Mohammed Sule Itokpa.
British in your tenure. Yes. Architect Sule is somebody I know very well. And I think even when he comes in, one thing was mentioned about him: his uprightness, his tenacity for the right thing, and his pushfulness. And I think these have already started manifesting in ACON. And I'm sure some of the already established achievements for his short tenure in ACON must have prompted this appreciation. This, as you can see, yesterday somebody just told me how busy he was and this, and the tenacity and the effort with which he pushed yesterday to make sure that he is here today, as related to me by one of his staff in his office, really showed how much this appreciation award is really worthy of giving it to Architect Sule. And I think I must have to say he's a very good friend of so many years. We have gone through so many contests. Can I talk? Or should I off the mic? Okay. So, a well-deserved appreciation award for Architect Itofa, and I think it is in the right place. Thank you. I think they have.
Thank you, sir. For this next award, I want to call on His Royal Highness Mohammed Yusuf Sa'in Lere to please come do us the honor to present this award. Please put your hands together for the Sa'in Lere. And with a standing ovation, please, let's all be upstanding as we call on Madam President, Architect Sa'adatu Sa'amata Mobolaji Adeni for this award. Fan, where are you?
Thank you. Oh, okay, yeah. What am I given? This is a very big one. I never knew I will give this award. Where are the fans? Why? Okay, you have only 2 fans here. They are coming. Okay, let's wait for them. Where? Yeah, that's all.
Okay, for now. First, this is a very big privilege for me. I remember there was a time my late mother was telling me an adage. She said, if you are cooking, you put your pot on the fire. Up till the time you are going to remove the pot, you don't know who will eat it. Sometimes after cooking, somebody will go out of the house or a stranger will come in. And that is his luck. So I think I'm very, very glad. I'm happy, very elated, because I'm lucky. I just arrived from Abuja, and it happens I'm going to be the one that will give my sister this award. It's a very, very good thing for me, because this is history. And this award is well-deserved, well-deserved. I saw her in action, and I attended their national event in Abuja. She personally invited me when we met in Lagos, and I made sure I was there. And she's a fantastic person, and resolute, a professional. The Honorable Minister said somebody is stepping into her shoes, but it's going to be difficult because she wears high heels. I don't know whether he'll be able to do that. Anyway, so, giving you this award, Outstanding Leadership Award, to my dear architect Mobolaji Adeni. They didn't put Sa'adatu there. Okay, so she's adding Hajia architect Sa'adatu Mobolaji Adeni. So it's a well-deserved award, and I'm handing it over to you on behalf of the Kaduna chapter. Congratulations, man. Congrats. Thank you. The minister should come too. The minister should come.
Incoming. Kaduna chapter. Kaduna incoming. Oh. Seriously. Immediately.
You have the minister.
Architect Efeke.
Frog. Where is Frog now? Victor.
All the fellows.
What we do is, let's remove the cup and extend it.
Okay.
Let's move. Let's not up. Ba damuwa. Ni bane ba ai ga ta nan ita ce tukunna. Sai ina so din lokacin.
85.
Calm down now. You're not surprised. Thank you very much. 86 to 95. There we go. 87, 88, 89, 95. No. No, it's too much, Abby. No, it's not too much. You want to get there? No, yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, Thank you.
Left with I'll just another lecture. Left with oh, they give me the microphone. They are not. They are not.
No, it's the business of architecture. All right.
So what's next in the program? What are we doing now? Okay, yes. That's
So I just had to make it that way to comply, or else it wasn't up to that. Then I have to on the slide.
So that by the time we do that, our panelists, NITP, we also have a short panelist.
Hey, Shini, I want to look at the title of her paper. You know, it's not in my head. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to.
And then look forward to taking notes.
No, it's here. Look at the page. I've opened the page.
Go to. What's the name of the paper? You say the head.
You sent the topic.
Changing.
It was.
To the next. Okay. We'll be moving swiftly. Kindly bear with us as we try to ensure that everything we'll be having a lecture now, and this will be accompanied by a panel. Everything will be if you look on the screen, you can see changing climate, changing landscape, and changing thinking, flood mitigation for resilient communities. This presentation will be coming from the Vice Chair, Kaduna State Chapter of Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect Binta Othman Maliki, FNIA. I mean, the round of applause has to be, this is from home. You'll be listening to her deliver her paper, and I can guarantee you that Architect Binta doesn't leave any stone unturned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. All protocols duly observed, respected, maintained, and adopted. As you all know, flooding is quite a broad and cumbersome topic. And I believe 20 minutes cannot do justice to the topic flooding. But I'll just select certain few points. And my paper, I want it to be centered mostly, or rather, I want to capture the students' attention more. The senior architects have done their job. What remains now out of what the senior architects have done is damage control. Because the flooding is there, the problems are there, but we hope that the incoming generation will not repeat the same mistakes that we made. So the topic, paper is going to focus more on practical design strategies and risk-aware planning. The session will highlight how architects can contribute to flood mitigation. And then we're also going to look at how architects can collaborate with environmental scientists, urban planners, and disaster management agencies. So to start with, what actually is flooding? In simple terms, it can be defined as the covering and submerging of normal dry land with large amount of water. Or you can also say an area of land that is usually dry, covered with water, after heavy rain or after a river or lake overflows its banks. It can occur from natural processes like heavy rainfall, tidal surges, and raised water tables. I don't know, there's supposed to be a video there. I don't know, can somebody play the video from the slide? Architect Lute, there's a video. Okay, this is where I live. I came back from work normally. I closed 5:30, went into the house. It wasn't raining, but within the next 1 hour, up to like 7, this already happened. So these are our neighbors. So you can actually see, I want to define the types of flooding that we have. This is defined as flash flooding, one of examples. And flash flooding is defined as a sudden localized flood of short duration caused by extremely heavy rainfall which overwhelms drainage systems. It can cause rapid water level rise in creeks and streams, making the water move very fast. And it can occur within minutes. So this flash floods can be characterized as surprise, fast-moving, and destructive. Then we have the fluvial floods. These occur after heavy rainfall, but for an extended period. Then we have the pluvial floods, which is caused by extremely heavy rainfall, which overwhelms drainage systems. We have coastal floods. These happen along the coastal lines due to storm surges and high tides pushing water onto low-lying lands. We have groundwater floods. These occur when the water table rises and water emerges from the ground, often after prolonged periods of rains. During times of rain, some of the water is retained in ponds or soil. Some is absorbed by grass and vegetation. Some evaporate, and the rest travels over the land as surface runoff. Floods can occur when ponds, lakes, riverbeds, soil, and vegetation cannot absorb all this. So what are the causes of flooding? We have two types: natural causes and human causes. The natural causes, of course, cannot be controlled. Heavy rainfall and the climate change due to the depleting ozone layer resulting in increase in temperature, resulting in glaciers, increased water table, and precipitation leading to overflow of rivers. We also have the topography and soil conditions, then failure or collapse of dams, like what happened in Maiduguri. Then the human causes are building in flood-prone areas or on river floodplains. Then the other is urbanization. Construction of buildings, highways, driveways, parking lots, which increase runoff by reducing the amount of water absorbed by the ground. As cities grow, more and more land is covered in concrete, tarmac, which is impermeable. So water cannot soak into the ground, which means water runs over the land as surface runoff. This increases runoff, that's having the impermeable surfaces by 2 to 10 times over when you have a natural terrain. So if you look at the diagram, I don't know if you can take us to the diagram, where you have natural surface, you have 40% of that rainwater going up as evapotranspiration. And then we have 10% as runoff. Then you have 25% filtering into the surface, the shallow surface, and then we have the deep infiltration, which is 25%. But that's only where you have the natural cover. And where we have the impervious cover, as against the 40% evapotranspiration, you will now have 30%. Then the runoff here, if you have a natural ground, is 10%, while if you have the impermeable surfaces, you have 55% runoff. And the deep infiltration is only 5%. Then the shallow is just 10%. So other factors contributing to this is poor planning, which is haphazard construction or development without proper planning and disregarding building laws and regulations, sometimes going to the extent of building over drainages. Then we also have poor waste management, which results in indiscriminate dumping of refuse in drainages and storm drains. That is where they are even provided. And we have inadequate drainage systems. The drainage systems may be insufficient or even ineffective. And deforestation is another factor. Cutting of trees and vegetation for development of fuel, reducing the land's ability to absorb or decrease the speed of runoff. So I don't know if you have heard of any flood happening in the forest. It's usually where we have the built-up areas. So now the intervention, design intervention with collaboration with environmental scientists. So we have a reconnaissance survey, should have a complete team that should be taken to site to assess it and give and prepare the findings and solutions before allocation of plots, design and construction works commence. This will help us to understand the terrain and provide proper solutions before construction, as most times construction is carried out during the dry season without proper study and no consideration for rainy season. If all this is put into place, flooding can be mitigated and the risk of flooding can be prepared for. Then the conceptual design stage. During the conceptual design stage of architectural design, the land surveyor should be taken into cognizance. That's one. Topography of the land and the natural flow through gravity of surface runoff is identified. Then we have the land surveyors who provide crucial elevation and drainage data for floodplain mapping and defining property boundaries for recovery and rebuilding, as well as developing detailed site surveys that inform the design of flood-proof infrastructure. Their work using technologies like GPS and remote sensing help communities understand flood risk, manage land use effectively, and create more resilient development in the face of increasing climate change challenges. And then we now have the urban planner too. They should have mapped out properly the planning of the area to include the infrastructure layout and how it will be connected to the sewer grid, if available. They also prepare the environmental impact assessment report here in Kaduna State. So you know that before you even get any building plan approval, they have to give you this EIA report by the urban planner. And these are the professionals who deal with the macro environment. Then we now come down to those who deal with the micro environment. Open or conduit drain should be discussed with the civil engineer for proper maintenance, which will serve best for discharging water from precipitation and surface runoff. Where there is high aquifer rise, the civil engineer will explain which drainage design will best suit the volume of expected runoff. Collection of the excess groundwater through drainage weep holes, or a design for sustainable drainage. And with proper data from meteorological centers or getting the data yourself to study the amount of rainfall per annum will enable you study and determination of the exact volume of the precipitation and aquifer rise in different catchments. You cannot use the same data for every area as the aquifer types and depth would differ. breaking it into catchment, which will allow for proper study and accurate data. After which you can determine the design for modular dams to be reused as potable water or for irrigation purposes. To further explain this, you know, it's like where you have a large volume of the surface runoff, we can have catchments, as I mentioned. So this, it's more like, how do I call it, a business kind of venture now. We can have private partners coming in to capture that water or harvest that water so that they can now in turn treat the water and give it back to people to use as potable water or for irrigation. So investment in water is to bring in the private partners, as I mentioned, to come to this catchment with data collected. Show them that they can invest in the construction of modular dams and channeling for harvesting rainwater, while metering the same harvested water and selling back to communities. This will work properly in estates and controlled communities where you can actually prohibit drilling of individual boreholes. This issue was discussed passionately during a breakout session it was a program organized by the Green Building Council of Nigeria, and the breakout session was on flooding. There was somebody who came, he was not even an environmentalist, but a businessman. So we can look at the options of having, you know, we have MTN, we have Glo, we have 9 Mobile, and so on. So why don't we bring in people who can also invest in water? And let's see if we can reduce the volume of dependence on, maybe, example in Kaduna State Water Board. So CADSWAC, this is an assignment for you. Then NGOs can also invest for rural communities where they have inadequate water supply. The power used for this can be renewable energy. Solar panels as form of powering the meters, and the modular farms can be used. Construction of dams to hold the water, construction of levees and spillways, the riverbank protection, buildings and other urban infrastructure can be designed so that even if a flood does happen, the city can recover quickly and costs can be minimized. Then the second part of the paper is where the architects are concerned. For sites and settlements around the rivers and water bodies, the newer policy, which is the National Inland Waterways Authority, is now 100 meters from the river. It used to be 30 meters, now it's 100 meters from both sides of the river. So you now take 25 meters from the water and plant coconut. They absorb a lot of water. And then I think we have this as an example, Malaysian coconuts, is in the illustration. So with the 25 meters, you now take another 75 meters to serve as vegetative buffer for agricultural-based development before you start your physical development. Can you take me to the next slide, please? This is a sister's house. That's River Kaduna behind. And this is a fence. This fence collapsed several times, and they had to, in fact, I got somebody to build a concrete fence for them. But every rainy season, the water seeps from behind into the compound here in Angwarimi. Behind is River Kaduna. So if we had adopted the 100 meters away from the river, probably they wouldn't experience this. Then please, can you take us to the next slide? Making sure your building level is higher than the drainage and the road outside. Can you play this video, please? Can you play the video? This is the inside of the house. Can you play the video? The water is coming in from the main road into the compound. So you can actually see, if they had taken the level of the site higher, the water will not flow into the compound but outside. So these are things you should consider, especially the young incoming architect. And you have to engage a surveyor
My
for
flower
this
pot
to make
is
it
swimming.
easier
My
and more
flower pot is
accurate.
going.
And then you have to provide
Subhanallah,
enough and
subhanallah.
sufficient drainages
اللهم
and
إني
man-made
في
channels
مصيبتي
to divert
وليكن
the
خيرا
water.
منها.
Then this must be cleared of debris, grass clippings, trash, and so on that can block
Okay,
the
you know
flow of
that.
water. Weeping holes can be provided as designed by the civil engineer. So it's not just building the blocks, the drainage. Provide weeping holes that this water can equally escape into to reduce the runoff. Then you should provide proper waste management, which is crucial for keeping waterways clear and prevent floods due to blockages. This is also a challenge thrown to KEPA, which is our environmental protection agency. Manage runoff with permeable surfaces as against the complete concrete surface pavings. This allows water to be soaked into the soil to reduce the volume of runoff. Use flower beds